Ladies and gentlemen, come to order if you will, please. We are calling our meeting of the Study Committee for the House Study Committee on Regulation, Affordability, and Access to Housing to order. I apologize for being a little behind, but we are ready to get started. And so we appreciate you being here. We think we've had some productive days on this very important topic of housing and housing policy in Georgia. And we're going to continue today to hear from some excellent presenters. So to begin then, we have our first presenter today is Archie Emerson, who is President-elect of the Empire Board of Realtors. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. Please come forward and sit here, and we look forward to hearing from you. We have your mic all lit up, so we're ready for you to be heard. Heard well. We are honored to have you with us today.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Well, thank you for being here, and you please just present to us what you'd like for us to hear from you.
All righty. Well, I am Archie Emerson, and I do serve as a President-elect for the Empire Board of Realty, but I am also a certified housing counselor for the company's NID, and I am a HUD-approved agency. And I've been doing real estate as well for over 30 years in Metro Atlanta. I've seen the ups and the downs of it. I service the low to moderate income family. That is my general area that I have specialized in. So it's been a difficult area, but I choose to be there. And I think that affordable housing has changed a lot, and trying to figure out how do we keep low to moderate income families able to attain home ownership. And I've seen different ways, and I know that we had the bill of bringing down payment assistance, and to just put someone in a house and not be able to understand how they got there is my job, is to make sure that I help them understand the transitioning from renting to home ownership. Down payment assistance is truly most important, and as we see during the COVID crisis, it became a seller's market, what I call extreme seller market, where the seller did not offer any assistance with buyers, so buyers had to have some form of money to pay for closing costs. So the bill that we originally looked at was trying to offer them some form of down payment assistance where it came. The employees would offer them assistance of taking money out before it was taxed, would allow some form of money, even if it wasn't enough for down payment, but to go into home ownership, even if you did 100% down product, you have to have some form of money, what is, your prepaid cost. But in that, you never want someone to end up broke once they buy a home. So if they already have...
Pull your microphone a little closer, yeah, so that we can be sure everybody's hearing you well.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
So down payment assistance is truly very important, and you cannot. Some of the down payment assistance have stipulation, and some may not even reach those stipulations, so they are unable to get down payment assistance. So with a program that offers down payment assistance where there is already coming out their check and saving it, and they don't really see it as just a saving, and then now it's in order they say that they are buying a home. If you do it like a 401k and you pull in, you got to show your the funds. What you do is you got to show paperwork to draw your money. But here it's a little bit different if it's set up. So this money is strictly for buying a home. And here you already have a contract, and the money can be drawn down. If it's $5,000, if it's $10,000, now they have moving money. They have the down payment money. It looks even good to a lender because the lender wants certain things to see, that a person has the ability to save. The person have prepared themselves to take this journey. So with that, if a person have this option to do down payment assistance, when I bought my first home, that I was 23 years old, and I didn't know any about it. The interest rate was 29%. It was with fleet financing. And that's kind of part of why I got into this industry, to help those that don't understand how this journey should work for them. And I didn't have down payment assistance, but they was gladly able to help me, but all that came with a fee. So we want to make sure that, down payment assistance is an option for the low to moderate income family, for anyone that want to use it. When someone is coming out of college, a lot of times they don't want to go into home ownership, but they're making a lot of money. So if they have the option to put some money to the side to save until they are ready to go into home ownership, that money is already saved and they are already prepared to go into home ownership, whether they have housing counseling or whatever. But at least someone at their job would say you have an option to put money to the side for home ownership. So when you're ready, that option is there for you. So I think it not only worked for low to moderate income, it worked for a number of different people. It worked for students coming out of college. It worked for, older person that never owned a home. I've seen it all. I've seen them buy from ages 21 years old when they can buy all the way to 60 years old that never had a home. The first time person in their family that have owned a home. I have a case now where she's the first one and she's a generation of 6 families now currently living in that one home, but she don't understand how she got there. And I don't understand who lender put her there without those counseling. So now her family's in our course to help them to understand so we can put them. But, so they're a program that we want to make sure that everyone that want a chance to have home ownership, that they can have it. And we believe that having that option available for them as a down payment, at least now we planted that seed in their head that you can have home ownership. We want to change the mindset that you need to have a saving here set in place so that you won't be broke when you get ready to buy. You don't have to pull from your emergency saving because this saving is set up strictly for home ownership. And I believe with that put in place that we could, with the right plan, the stipulation, that it can work for our community. So I thank you for this opportunity that you would listen to me and hope that we could critique this to make it an opportunity for our community.
Okay, well, I would like to make a couple of comments and have a question or two
Yes.
for you. First of all, I commend you for your years of work and service to your community and what you're doing and trying to do to help people buy their first home. That is commendable. And I applaud you for all you're doing, and you've been a blessing to many, many home buyers who were able to buy because of their exposure to you and the education you've given them and the counseling you've given them. And I want to thank you personally for that. The National Association of Realtors, of which I'm a member, we talk a lot about the housing ladder. And that housing ladder is that first rung of that ladder is for someone, a buyer, young or old, to be able to buy the first home and to see the equity that can be built up there through a process of the property appreciating in value and the reduction of the mortgage balance as you make those monthly payments. Mm-hmm. And I do believe that when we talk about trying to give our families, individuals and families, a path to wealth, as we say, centerpiece for many, many families and people and individuals is the equity in a home, and that is a centerpiece of wealth for most of our Georgia people who are homeowners. We wouldn't say that it is absolutely a requirement for anybody to buy a home. We do have freedom to choose, and there are choices made where people prefer to lease a home, which we're talking about that some as well. But I do commend you for your work there. Now, is your proposal, my question is your proposal that we would create a tax deduction on state income tax for this housing savings account is what I'm hearing, I think.
Yes.
And so your proposal is that a Georgia citizen could begin saving money, and that would be used purely for a down payment is what I'm understanding, or maybe some incidental costs that would go with the purchase. But is that correct? That's correct. What your proposal is. Have you tried to do this before has any attempt been made in the legislature to pass?
There was a bill that was presented by Senator Gail Davenport
Okay.
last term that we feel that there may be some few things that we need to adjust that make
Okay.
it more presentable,
Okay.
that we feel like that maybe will get passed.
Okay, so Senator Davenport had already introduced that legislation. Okay. Well, I think your idea is commendable. I think it's interesting that Senator Davenport has already introduced that, and we'll certainly take your presentation into consideration as we move forward here. And I really appreciate you coming today, and you've done a good job of presenting a very valid idea to this committee, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Well, next we have a gentleman from the Georgia Association of Realtors. Brad Mock is Governmental Affairs Director, and Brad will come. And actually, we're running 7 minutes early, so I think that's a momentous. That's a momentous occasion. We ought to take a break right now because we're early. But Brad, thank you for coming, and we welcome you and look forward to your comments.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your time and the commitment that you've all had to be on this committee, to come down here every day in the rain and to deal with the traffic, and to all the folks that have been in this room so often with us. I'm thankful that y'all are here too, and I appreciate this idea exchange we've had. I hope we've got some folks online with us as well that are able to sit in for these conversations. My name is Brad Mock. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Georgia Association of Realtors. That means I bring the opinion of a policy-making volunteer body of realtors that is representative of the 50,000 realtors across this state to the Capitol. I also bring their ideas, their opinions, and their resources to the local level. I try to help our folks locally as much as possible. I just had a great conversation with our friends at ACCG and GMA yesterday about how much I wish more folks were engaged. I wish more folks were here. I wish that more citizens would be here at the Capitol, would be at their local county commission meetings, would be at their local city council meetings. That idea exchange is absolutely what we need, but I think this study committee has created that space for us for now. For years, the realtors have watched housing. We're the folks here in the room that care about housing, all of it. The little ones, the big ones, the first ones, the last ones. We want to be a part of that conversation, and we always start with private property rights, because we'll never get to the point of a transaction for a realtor if we're not able to protect the rights of the owner of that property. And for us, it's a full spectrum approach. If anybody ever sits in our meetings, they'll know that that's where we really start every time, and work our way out to licensed law and work our way out to transactions. Sometimes that means working on things like predatory actions, right? Things that may be legal, but man, they're putting citizens in a bad spot. You know, we've got a group, I believe they're based out of Florida, that calls around and they ask somebody, hey, I'll give you $5,000, Bob, if you'll let me sell your house in the future whenever you want to sell it. Oftentimes, Bob tends to be not doing so great, or Sue might be in the hospital. And while what they are doing seems to be legal, people are being preyed upon. And that's the kind of thing that we care about, that's outside of just regulatory actions here at the state or the local level. But that is an access problem, and it's a regulatory problem in the fact that it may be legal, but we should take a look at it. So it's something that we want to bring forward as an association for sure. But to kind of pivot back to a lot of the conversations we've had in this room in the past few meetings, the access to housing almost always starts locally. There are rare examples that it starts at the state level, and even fewer that it starts at the national level. But the conversation is almost always local. In a state like Georgia, where we have 537 cities and 159 counties, there's a lot of different opportunities and a lot of different rules. And I did want to speak to this one idea that I heard yesterday first, this idea that, well, hey, can't you just live somewhere else? And I think that really cuts to the heart of the matter, and I hate to get too preachy too early, but yeah, I guess you can live somewhere else. And sometimes, unfortunately, again, 159 counties, 537 cities, by far not all intentionally weaponizing zoning. But a lot of times the idea of can't you just live somewhere else is on purpose. I've been in the room to hear those people from Atlanta don't need to come over here. I've been in the room to hear we don't want any more of those kids from Atlanta. They're overrunning our schools. And I've been in the room to hear they can go to the county schools. And by having a 4-side brick mandate, we can make that happen. I've sat in this room and listened to somebody testify that going to construction mandates on multifamily housing, which thankfully doesn't exist anymore, is not about safety, but absolutely is about increasing rent rates so they can get the kind of tenant they want in that city. And I think it is worth pointing out that sometimes these ordinances are used to block people out or to stop people from being able to age in place. I got so excited when I heard about the conversation yesterday from the commissioner about having folks age in place and wanting them to stay together and wanting them to be together if they can. Because unfortunately, I'm like the Yelp review of private property, right? When we get called, something bad's going on. Nobody leaves a good one. But sir, in committee, I've heard the, hey, those are bad actors thing. But when you add up 8 or 9 different municipalities across the state, that's thousands of Georgians being impacted. It's not 5 or 6 houses. And it's systematic and it's over time. And in 2019, we took the first discussion of workforce housing because that's who felt it first, working families, working folks. When you start mandating cost increases, that's who gets hit first. When people have to save every nickel they've got, like the story we just heard, to get into a house, and 2 weeks ago, some governing body decides that they like the way brick looks a lot better than cedar siding, then they're the ones that will not have an opportunity to work in the community that they live in. And in 2019, we were starting to feel it. Flash forward 3 years, and it's growing more and more. There's no way to deny that we have more design mandates, more bans on slab construction. We're not just talking about 4-side brick. We're talking about a ban on a slab construction, right? That's a real thing that exists. We're talking about a brick mandate. It's a real thing that exists. High square footage, sometimes it's low square footage. I've been excited to hear how many people are interested in less square footage. 4-acre minimums, 10-acre minimums. Different places that say, hey, once you've done 4 parcel splits, you're not allowed to sell anymore. You have 500 acres and you sold 100 acres 4 different times, you're stuck with that other 100 for the next 2 years. That's a real thing. When you stack this stuff in, you cannot look at them and then say, well, can't you just live somewhere else? Because there's nowhere else to go. And it will continue to happen. This is not a situation where we're saying the sky is falling. That's the way people looked at us 3 years ago in 2019. The ideas have continued to spread. And the commentary has been, well, there should be an option locally to control these things. And at the end of the day, local control from a government perspective can't be population control. It just can't. And I'll say again that I understand that every government is not doing it, and I'm not picking a fight here. I'm just speaking to the ideas that we have seen over and over again. And as a realtor organization, no matter what the newsletter from last year said, preemption is not our priority. This is the first time I've gotten a feature in another association's place, though. What we do want is access, freedom, opportunity. That's not a government mandate. If that means taking 2 things away that somebody has decided is within local control, but I heard Justice Melton say it's okay to take away. If that means taking away an opportunity to mandate exterior cladding, that doesn't take away every piece of local control that a government has. It just doesn't. But it does take away one very specific thing that does drive up costs, and there's just no way around it. I heard a lot of talk yesterday about value. Value gets increased. Historically, communities with design mandates have increased value. Over time, they have increased value. The value goes up. I've never heard anybody say, hey, let's not put that $400,000 house beside Jason's $80,000 house because then his property taxes are going to go up. Never heard that conversation in 8 years with the realtors. All I've heard is all we can do is protect values by increasing values. But nobody seems to be concerned that the folks that want to increase values so much are the ones that get to charge the property taxes on those values. Everybody doesn't want a Porsche. Some people just want a car. I think they should have that opportunity. I'm on record in the past, so I'd like to be on record today, that I think historic districts and HOAs are very different. HOAs are private contracts, and historic districts have a long-time preservation opportunity. But I think when somebody's got some land they've had and they've held and they've saved for a long time on the side of a state highway that you can't see from the road, there's no reason to make them build 2,000 square foot on a crawl space and have it be four-side brick if they don't need that. I think it's wild that when somebody has a manufactured home and it has to be taken down or it gets blown away, and I lived in one for a long time. Grew up in one K through 12, lived in a double wide. I know how important it is for a working family to have access to good schools and to get a house that they need. It's wild to me to think that if something would have happened to my home in places around this state, I would not be allowed to replace it. There's no other law like that, but we say that's local control. If your brick house falls down, they don't get to come in and say, hey, you have to build bigger there. But if your manufactured home falls down or gets blown away or burns down and you've lost everything you have, you're not allowed to put another one up. I guess we could sit around and say that that's local control, but why do we need that part? The questions I've asked are not why do you need all of it, but why do you need that part? Why can't we approach that single thing? Why is it that when lumber costs go up 3 times, local permitting costs go up 3 times? Well, the law says they have to approximate. So a percentage-based fee approximates that approach, right? I think you'll probably hear more about that later from folks that know it more than I do. But when we stack in, and if it's not clear, I'll just say, this is the caption on the painting, right? What I'm trying to paint here is that when you stack in all of these different approaches to housing that limit access, that increase cost, we are going to be in a worse spot than we are today. We will not be the number 1 state to do business if nobody has a place to live. And it's not that every single Georgian will be without a home. It's that the opportunities will begin to fade. That when kids are coming out of the CEC in Coweta County and they've got a guaranteed job with Yamaha as a welder, they've got a 3-year contract, they got to live 2 counties away and drive. So when we hear about infrastructure, how does that help anything when they could have been closer? When there was a home that was built in 1968 on Lot 1, Lot 2 is vacant, and Lot 3 is another home that was built in 1968, they happen to be 1,200 square foot. They happen to be on quarter-acre lots. But the current law says I can't build on that one in between. Why not? Why not let some folks do infill? I'm not picking on our developer friends, but all we've heard about for days is development, development, development. We have to plan for development. Well, yeah, when 600 homes come to town, you probably do have to plan for that. Or when a large multifamily apartment comes to town, you have to plan for that. I get that. But why do Sue and Jane or Bob and Bob, why do they all have to play by the same rules as a giant developer? And by the way, when they come into town, they often get to ask, hey, I know you've got a half-acre mandate, but I need a quarter-acre. Well, since you guys are building 500, then I guess we can do that. But can Bob the builder do that? Can he just get to build on the half-acre even though it's a 4-acre minimum? Probably not. And then sometimes we hear, well, they can go to the county or they can go to the city and they can ask for the variances. They can ask for the changes. They can spend months and months and probably have to get an attorney and then they can get it done. Or we hear, well, there is a backstop for this. Those people are elected. So the idea now is that for me to be able to build a house that DCA says is safe and sound and totally fine for my family, that I have to systematically find a way to get my community to remove multiple councilmen and county commissioners to get the rules changed so I can build the house, that is totally fine as long as it's on that side of the county line. That's the kind of thing that we do see with regularity, that we started to see before, that we have talked about, and that until we can start to find some solutions, we will probably continue to talk about. I am bummed that my question friend is not here with me. I hope he's online, but I think I'm going to defer the rest of my time to any questions that y'all might have. Housing is a huge space, and we operate across all of it, and we're thankful to have that opportunity. We're thankful that we've got realtors all across this state. I'm glad that we've been able to have these kinds of conversations in the Capitol. I'm glad that we've been able to have them locally. I hope that we can continue to have them. There is a bright spot out there in that there are a lot of places doing really great. And we've heard about a lot of them. But in almost every other piece of policy, when there are enough bad things, the state does intervene. And I think we are in that space. There are a few things that could be changed that would make a major impact in housing. And I think you've heard a lot about them today. So if there's anything else I can answer, I'm happy to do it, or we can get a little ahead, but I'm great to stay.
Well, thank you, Brad, for an excellent presentation. Representative Bazemore has a question, and I probably will have one or two or some comments. Representative Bazemore, are you there?
I am. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Thank you, Brad, for your presentation. I just wanted to say that we have heard several presenters over, this is the fourth day of the whole study committee meetings, and we've heard several suggestions. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate the suggestions that you made, that we don't have to throw the bathwater with the baby. We can just tweak certain areas of regulations. And I appreciate that. And I think if we institute some of those that you said and some that others said, I think we can find a happy medium for everybody. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm thankful for, I touched on a little bit with some other issues, but I'm thankful for the work that you've done on some predatory approaches that, unfortunately right now we think are lawful, but there's something we need to continue to look at. And I look forward to working with you on that for
Definitely.
sure.
Thank you.
Well, thank you again, Brad. Of course, I have been a Realtor for many, many years,
Yes, sir.
47 now, I think. And I should point out to everybody listening that certainly you are here representing business interests of the real estate practitioners who are Realtors, but also a high priority for the association. And one of the things I've always been proud of is the protection of private property rights. And we have fought battles over the years that didn't put a nickel
That's
in
right.
any Realtor's pocket,
Yes, sir.
but protected the private citizens of Georgia with private property rights. The other thing that impacted me as you were talking, and I've made these comments a couple of times, that I was a county commissioner at one time and fought a very bloody political battle to impose better zoning regulations. But I always remember that in that process, the underlying thought for me, and I believe the correct thought for any county or city, is that there's room for everyone in a proper zoning situation. And I appreciate you pointing that out very well and very eloquently, that in a balanced community and in a healthy community, there is room for all levels, all economic levels. And I appreciate you pointing that out. One other little personal note, I've actually had a call from somebody wanting to pay me
Yeah,
to
that's
agree
right.
to list with them in the future.
That's right.
I suspect the caller, I've had 3 of those calls actually, and I told him, I said, yeah, well, that sounds good, but surely you want me to sign something. And he said, oh, yeah, well, we'll email that to you. And so I have that email, which I will be forwarding to some folks, y'all probably, to take a look at it. I don't think the caller knew he was talking to the chairman of the Housing Access Committee when he made the call.
Yeah.
But that is something that we need to look into. The truth is, I have not had time to read that email and that paperwork he wants me to sign. But I suspect, I know what's in that, and I think we are suspecting that. So that is just a pointing out of some things that are out there that are outside of one of our issues we've heard so much about here, which has to do with local control and zoning, and we all know that. We're hearing from a lot of different people about that. But there are some other things that are predatory that we do need to take a look at, and that is one of them. So I do appreciate you mentioning that, and I appreciate your presentation. We are a good bit ahead, so I want to take a 5-minute stretch break, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your time and the rest of the committee. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, ready, we're still 5 minutes ahead, so we don't know how to act with this kind of being ahead, but we do have Austin Hackney with us, who is Executive Vice President of the Home Builders Association of Georgia, and he has a guest with him, or a presenter with him, that we'll let him introduce. So Austin, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Austin Hackney with the Home Builders Association of Georgia, here to speak to you again. I appreciate the opportunity to come follow up on some earlier remarks, and also speaking to you again is our current president, Trevor Reddick, from Camden County, Georgia. And while he zoomed in earlier, he was willing to make the trip and come see us in person this time. So thank you, Trevor, for being here. I do have a slide presentation that I'd like to put on the screen, if that's possible. Thank you. So earlier in the study committee, I was able to present to this group about the housing crisis in Georgia and give you some economic numbers about what that means, both as a home building industry and for the home buying public. We also talked a little bit about what it means when a local community does add additional housing, and what kind of impact that might have on the county budget or the school system. Or I know that's been a concern that's been expressed in this room often, and so I do want to reiterate my earlier testimony that our studies show 100 single-family houses and 100 multifamily units over a 15-year period on average result in nearly $11 million of surplus income to the local government. So new homes are not a burden on the community. New homes are a positive impact on the community, and that's just 200 units. So you can see that that could happen in a small community or a large community on a different scale. I'd also like to reiterate that we're not here to suggest a repeal of all community planning. The previous speaker mentioned that sometimes these discussions can kind of snowball into hyperbole and can be framed as a repeal of all community planning. That's not what we're here to talk about. Community planning is valuable. The look and feel of communities is an important factor in a desirability and the marketability of a new house. So that's not what we're here to suggest. We're also not here to suggest a repeal of zoning or single-family zoning. Zoning makes sense for dividing the land for different uses and protects property values as much as anything, to know what your neighbors are doing with their land beside you and how your property might be affected by that. So that's not what we're here to talk about either. What I do want to talk about is the barriers that we see to new housing, to affordable, attainable housing, and what stands in the way of that. And you've heard me talk about the 5 L's: land, lumber, labor, lending, and laws. I want to acknowledge again to the committee that those 5 L's that go into the inputs of construction and really determine the costs of a new home, there's not a whole lot the state legislature can do about 4 of those L's. Laws is what we want to talk about here with the study committee. And while the legislature has done things to study the building materials crisis that we experienced last year, that the legislature has stepped in to do things with workforce development through our technical college system, there's some other things that we can do with the laws that exist both at the state and local level that stand in the way to affordability. And so that's what we want to limit our comments to today. I do want to run through a couple of those barriers with y'all so that you can kind of hear those and think about solutions that are related to relieving that pressure. The first one on my list today is community opposition to density. Some of the speakers yesterday said the biggest crowd that you can get at a county commission meeting is a zoning hearing. Community opposition to density can sometimes be a vocal minority who shows up to the committee meeting. The density issues, can be related to infrastructure limitations. They're just hard realities. Some of those infrastructure limitations could be mitigated through development impact fees. And while I don't want to advocate for more communities charging more for housing, and we'll go through some of the effects that impact fees can have, that is a tool in the toolbox for a local community to adopt. And to my knowledge, there is no local community in the state of Georgia that cannot take that step. So, where there are infrastructure limitations, stormwater, sewer, roads, police, all of those services that a community provides that can be affected by new development, this is a tool in the toolbox for local government. So I don't want to ignore this or downplay it or act like it's not there, because where there are other county budget pressures, some of these development impact fees could relieve those pressures. Now, these impact fees are hard dollars that are charged to the builder or developer. They're passed through to the home buyer. What might be a reasonable impact fee at $1,500 per house, it increases exponentially over a 30-year mortgage when that's rolled into it, and the home buyer's paying 6+% interest or whatever that number is. Just to reiterate some earlier testimony, our price out model that the National Association of Home Builders studies and provides to us shows a significant amount of American households that are priced out for every $1,000 that the price of a house increases. For Georgia, we know that's 4,851 households per $1,000 the price goes up. If the local regulations that are requiring more expensive materials, more expensive techniques, prohibiting less expensive materials or techniques, if that only results in a $15,000 increase on a $300,000 house, those numbers don't seem unattainable on the face. But like we said, over a 30-year mortgage, those numbers are higher, and $15,000 in Georgia prices out 72,000 plus households across the state. So that is a real limit on the market for who could afford that house until those regulations got involved. Some other concerns that we hear from our builder members around the state have to do with delays in plan review and permitting. These are 9 to 12 months to secure a land development permit, another 6 to 8 months if there needs to be a rezoning, the back and forth on a plan review to get those houses approved can take months. Basically, the time value of money, these property owners are paying a mortgage on this land. They're paying their financing. They're unable to move forward with the project because of delays in plan review and permitting. Georgia has some great laws on the books today to help mitigate those costs and allow a building permit applicant to secure a third-party plan review or inspection to help kind of move that process along. But that's a government service, in that case, that's not being provided in a timely manner, where the applicant has to go to a private provider, pay that private provider a significant amount of money, and then pay the government the fee or half the fee if they were to go to a private route. So we do have a tool in the toolbox to mitigate that, but it's more expense, and so that also gets passed on to the home buyer. The architectural standards, design mandates, material prohibitions, we've heard this talked about several times over the course of the study committee. The look and feel mandates is kind of what we've heard the folks who are enforcing these rules call that intention, and it may be good intentions, but it is exclusionary in nature. We've heard about the extra costs. We've heard some say, well, it's not that much extra, but it is extra, and we've heard what that effect can be. And so, a solution to that problem could be as simple as saying if the International Code Council has approved that material or technique, there's really nothing that happens on a local level that would be different. The code books understand that there's higher winds on the coast and that there's more likelihood for tornadoes in the northwest part of the state. The code books recognize all those different local areas, and so that is something that's in the books. Our builders are required to build to that, and if the state were to step in with a local preemption and say, if the code books allow that material or technique, there's nothing that a local government would need to do to restrict that further. And then finally, builders are investing significant amounts of their own money into these subdivisions, new homes. They're using market research from very expensive market research companies. They're asking their previous customers for feedback with every house they sell. They're not designing these communities to be something that a customer doesn't want. So when the local government steps in and redesigns that subdivision, they're taking away all that market research, all that customer feedback, and these mandates are something that a very small number of people have an aesthetic liking to, so where it kind of negates all that investment. And then finally, development moratoria. This is hitting the pause button on new houses or new subdivisions. There's not a whole lot of state guidance for the length or notice of these moratoriums. They can be renewed indefinitely. We have seen one metro county nearby that's enforced a rezoning moratorium since mid-2021. So that's a significant amount of time that these property owners are waiting to hear, when they'll be able to move forward with their project that they've been paying the financing on this whole time. So other potential solutions to these situations, we want to incentivize pro-housing local governments. We've kind of recognized that a lot of the rub here happens at the local level, and we know that the local governments that have testified in this room want to provide a great community for their constituents. One way they can be more friendly to new housing is to enact some of the regulatory reform that I've talked about today that's been spoken to. Low-income housing tax credits, we've heard what a successful program that is for multifamily housing. There's really no reason that couldn't be expanded into single-family housing. And then other state funding to offset those local incentives. If a local government recognizes a need in their community for more housing, they can incentivize that to happen through building out infrastructure to support it, through comping utility hookups, property tax abatements, other incentives to bring that new housing in that could need some state funding to offset the cost to the locals to do that. A conservative code adoption. The state of Georgia is, I think, one of the leaders around the country, and I get to talk to other home builders around the country about this kind of thing. Our Department of Community Affairs and the State Codes Advisory Committee, I think, is a model for other states to use. I would hope the state continues to empower that stakeholder committee, and that they'll continue to analyze the costs and benefits of new code requirements. Some of those international construction code mandates that come down from that international committee, they do have manufacturer reps that are trying to get new products into those codes. There are sometimes requirements that are impractical in reality to install or to facilitate. There are also requirements that aren't ready for the supply chain yet, that those new products that they require, aren't available in stores or from material suppliers. So DCA's got some flexibility to work through that process, whether they delay implementation of those requirements or they recognize the supply chain hasn't caught up with what the code book requires. They do have some flexibility there, and so I would just want to take a minute to give some kudos to that group and the work that they do on code adoptions. Private property rights is one of the tenets of our Home Builders Association. We've talked about local design mandates outside the building code. We've talked about the availability of rental housing, whether it's a small investment company that owns 2 or 3 or a larger investment company that owns 200 or 300. If you don't allow rental housing in the community, that's just less housing options in the marketplace. We've seen, just on average, the first-time home buyer used to be 27. He or she is now 32. It's something that has pushed back for the age groups, but that results in less move-up housing. The seniors who stay in their house because they don't have an option to go to means that there are less housing options in the marketplace. So if you're limiting the availability of that rental housing, you're limiting those options from the marketplace. And as a millennial, our generation gets tagged with liking to rent instead of own. I'm not sure if we like it or if that's just the reality of the situation. I like owning my house. I'm glad I was lucky enough to buy one because I don't know that I could today. So I think, rental houses have a place in the housing ecosystem. And who owns those rental houses, I'm not sure is really an appropriate question for how they get built. And then finally, annexation disputes, utility service agreement disputes, these moratoria, they all have compounding effects on housing, and those effects can get felt for decades. I mentioned zoning earlier when we sat down to say that we're not suggesting a repeal of zoning or a repeal of community planning. We like to see zoning go back to basics, that it wouldn't be as onerous and as difficult to comply with as it is today with all the different conditions that can get put on a piece of property. It started out as a division of land for different uses. That makes sense. That protects private property values as well as property rights. And then we've heard plenty of speakers talk to the minimum square footage, minimum lot sizes, height requirements. These are zoning conditions that are exclusionary in nature. And finally, I just want to close with, we've heard some justification for these mandates and restrictions that, that the commissioners or council people who are enacting them want to protect their existing citizens from the effects of new neighbors. But nobody has really quantified what those negative effects might be. We heard yesterday that the discussions, which is one way to call it, that a planning commission has with a developer to make sure that their new houses fit the look and feel of the community, that the builders have been willing to go along with those requirements. And my question would be, what's their option, right? They go along or they pack up and try somewhere else, and that's just not a great option for the vast majority of these permit applicants. We also heard about a willingness to have affordable housing in the community in the appropriate place. And I don't know what that meant, but I wanted to ask the question of this group because I don't know how a community planner comes up with where affordable housing can go in a community and who's okay with having an affordable house next door and who's not. And so, I don't know that finding the appropriate places for affordable housing is something that we should ask our elected officials to do, but maybe rather the free market and where people want to live should be allowed to play out. That's all I've prepared today. I do want to answer questions that come up if I inspired any, but I also want to introduce our president of our association, Trevor Reddick, who did speak to you a few weeks ago. Trevor's also a county commissioner in Camden County and has a pretty well-rounded background and has got a unique perspective to share with you about how he makes decisions as a county commissioner with a private property rights perspective.
Well, thank you very much, Austin, for an excellent presentation. If you don't mind, I think we would like to stop and let you field some questions
Great.
rather than,
Yes, sir.
and then we'll do the same with you. So, members of the committee, are there any questions for Austin? The chair has a couple of observations and maybe, and I do have one question actually, maybe more as I think about it. Your comment about people showing up and being opposed to new housing. I've been in this business a long time, and I always want to ask some of those people, well, how did you get your house?
Right.
Somebody built it and sold it to you.
Yeah.
And so the idea that you now don't want any other people coming into the community is a pretty flawed concept. And truthfully, over the years, I've had many a call from people complaining to me as a listing agent because somebody cut the trees off their property across the road from them. You know, that person owns the property and they pay the taxes on it and they had the right to go permit to to cut those trees down. But somebody across the street who doesn't pay a nickel in taxes on it and didn't buy it is weighing in to complain to me because somebody cut trees off their private property. So I do think that is something for us to always remember, that all the opposition to growth in housing. The other thing that occurs to me, this thing about moratorium, so it's clear that we have counties that are just saying we don't want to grow anymore and we're going to stop it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And so is that, you
Yes.
can confirm that?
Yes.
And apparently you've got one that has been doing it since 2021. The other issue that should be highlighted a little bit is when we talk about cost, even not a too big a percentage, when you start amortizing that at what is now, I think it's 7.1% over 30 years, it does matter. Mm-hmm. And people get eliminated because the mortgage loan is made based on the appraisal of the property and also on a ratio of income, and people are getting eliminated because they can't make that higher monthly payment. So it is a reality. The other thing's curious, and why should it take 6 to 8 months to rezone a piece of real estate? I just don't get it. I don't understand why it should take so long.
I don't know the answer to that question either.
Yeah. The last thing, too, I'm assuming your industry, and this might be a better question for Trevor, it obviously now, over the years, takes a lot longer to do a housing development in terms of just getting it approved and ready to go.
Absolutely.
And I always kind of wonder why that is, why it takes so long. So I do think it's real, it's reality, and that may be a better question for our local government people to answer about why should it take that long to approve a property for rezoning. Well, thank you very much. We do have a question from Representative Montahan, and we'll recognize him now.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Hackney, and thank you for your testimony. I can only ask questions about what I was here for, so I'm sorry I was late this morning. I'm sure I was missed. I was asked this question, and that is about the impact fees. It seems like there are a number of different things that can be feed for impacts. You know, Paulding County and some of these growing counties, I would imagine, like Cherokee and others, that are seeing this kind of unprecedented amount of growth. They're the ones that are kind of having these moratoriums, right? But they're all greenfield counties. And so I think greenfield, if you will, places where you're not infilling other types of infrastructure, are kind of feeling the most impacts, right? They are the ones having to build new roads and new schools. And when we say new roads, we don't mean repave them, right? We don't even mean widen them. We mean build new roads through uncharted territory. So tell me a little bit about the fees that can be charged and which ones can't.
Sure. So an impact fee, as we've established, is a cost to each new housing unit. So single-family house gets an impact fee, multifamily units pay their own impact fees. State law requires a community that wants to enact impact fees to set up an advisory committee and use industry stakeholders to tell them, how their pricing models work, how this cost is going to affect, their market, the county or city, the governing jurisdiction, makes a list of their needs, and they kind of whittle down those facts and figures into what's hopefully an appropriate number to cover some of those new services that will be affected by the new residents. So, to my knowledge, there are 7 uses. If I tried to start listing them off the top of my head, I'm sure I'd lose some of them, but stormwater, sewers, roads, parks, libraries, emergency services, et cetera.
In Paulding, and I would again assume in these other kind of burgeoning counties, you have school districts that are busting at the seams. Paulding County is one of those. I'm sure you find that in Cherokee and others, where you see new schools getting built. In our case, our East Blast is already utilized. And we're not even done in the period in which we are. So let me ask you, what do you think if some of these limitations that you're asking for were given to you, but would you be willing to give them the impact fees to educational systems so that they can help, with some of these costs, especially capital costs? I think, your M&O, your kind of your ongoing costs are one thing, but it's these initial, capital expenditures. Let me give you an example. Now, the number of children per home when you build these neighborhoods can range, really depending on the price model. If it's geared towards a younger crowd, you can have 2.2 children. That's a more extreme case for sure. All the way down to 0.7 children per home, right? So it really ranges. So if we just take an average and say it's even 1 or it's 2, 1 or 1.5, you build a 500, unit neighborhood, and you can expect to see 500 children. I mean, I think that's pretty reasonable for some of these neighborhoods, certainly, and maybe not reasonable for others, but I think just for averages, you could say that. So my question is, knowing that a greenfield property is going to create another 500 students there, what do you think about those kinds of fees being, levied against some of these newer homes and these developments? In my case, I really frankly have never opposed the single family home being built, by a single person. It's typically these homes that are being, built in neighborhoods that have regional impact, right? Which we saw in the 1989 planning law in the state of Georgia, right? It's development of regional impact. We recognize that. So tell me, what do you think about those kinds of fees in counties like Paulding that are struggling, I think to the words of Bitter yesterday, to keep up?
So I've got 2 points to make in response to the impact fees for schools. And the first is that impact fees are a tool that a local government can use. And, we've talked about how they get enacted, the math that gets done to make sure it's an appropriate number, the different uses that it can go to that helps relieve some of the pressures of a city or county budget. And so I think because of those 7 different uses that the law already recognizes, if a city or county enacted an impact fee, they could relieve some of that pressure on those 7 uses that then could be free up some county or city budget to go towards the impact that a school might feel. So because there's already impact fees and because those uses are already in state law, I think that if a community is utilizing impact fees, the pressure on the schools might be less because all that money is going for other city or county services. The second point that I would make would be that we all enjoy good schools whether we have kids in them or not, and property owners pay a small percentage of a school's budget through their property taxes. I think we've heard that the state funding that y'all pass each year pays the majority of the school budget, and the other part of it is made up from commercial, industrial, and residential property owners. So I think that because that cost gets spread out, it's the most fair way to do it. I think for a family with 3 kids who's moving to a existing house that doesn't have to pay an impact fee versus a family with no kids that's moving to a new house that has to pay an impact fee, it just doesn't, the connection isn't there for me for why a new house has to pay for the schools versus an existing house when there's no connection between the kids that live there and go to the school system.
Let me ask you a question about rezonings, and we're going to disagree on that. There's no reason to belabor it. Talking about rezonings, you said it was taking, I think, in your presentation, anywhere between 6 and 8 months. Where are you finding 6 to 8 months? I know that, are these in larger developments, things that are over 400 or 500 homes? I have rezoned property plenty of times. I can't tell you exactly, let's say probably 10 to 12 times. And so these can be for commercial or residential. I have asked for variances. Going through that planning process, I have to go to my local engineer, a civil engineer, where he draws out a site plan. Usually we have some indication of where our stormwater and sewers and others are going to go. And that takes about 2 months. So that process takes about a month and a half, 2 months, I would say on average. After that, we'll submit a plan to the county for rezoning, in which they'll take it and they'll put it under review, and then we'll see it at the next planning meeting. Those are typically taking, if you include the engineering time, 3 to 4 months. Are we including things like engineering time in that estimate for rezonings?
Say if you want a piece of property rezoned, that 6 to 8 month estimate does include the whole time it takes to get it rezoned. So engineering would be a part of that process. The 6 to 8 month number that I shared with you came from feedback that I've gotten from builders and developers of mostly subdivision size projects around Metro Atlanta. So it's kind of an average that I've collected over dozens, hundreds of conversations with builders and developers, mostly focused on Metro Atlanta.
But you would say, in your experience, or maybe you can draw, I know I don't want to get to your next presenter here, but in your experience, that's not the case for people who are building a home for themselves. That's typically the case when you've got, hundreds of homes lined up in a row. They have stormwater issues, and they've got, soil issues, and you've got runoff, and you've got all these different things that are happening, right, on these larger sites, especially when you start scraping off more than an acre of land. You get a lot of erosion and other things. That's where you're seeing kind of this longer process take place. Would you say that's true?
I would say the numbers that I shared with you are more focused on subdivisions than single lots. Yes.
I think it's true that what we focused on this week and during these past couple of weeks has been primarily on these larger developments and not so much on these individual homes where people are trying to build them. I think most folks are able to work with their local folks and get what they need done, but usually we're talking about these larger neighborhoods, and so that's where these facts and figures primarily will land you. Is that right? Is on the larger? Okay. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a point about that pops into my head. With these big developments with all the required engineering that's done, so is it not true that a developer coming in spends thousands of dollars without knowing whether or not his development will be approved?
Sure. At least tens of thousands.
And tens of thousands. And is it not true that much of that requirement for information to be submitted has grown over the years from what it used to be? One other comment. In this, my friend from Paulding, who does a great job of representing his constituents, both in the study committee and on the floor of the legislature. These green fields he's fond of talking about. When a developer comes into a community, who owns those green fields that get sold?
would say, the existing residents, and usually it's a family farm.
Usually a family farm who, I assume, these developers do not have the power of eminent domain,
That's correct.
so no one is forced to sell their land. And often they would like to sell it to benefit their family, correct?
I would say, yes, that's correct. I'd also connect that to impact fees and say that the impact fees have just as much effect on the affordability of the land being sold to the developer, and that in communities that do enact them, you see, less money being paid to that family farm to develop it into a subdivision because of those impact fees, and so that effect can be felt on both sides of the transaction.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, I always am interested in private property rights, and these are private property owners that are selling this land to be developed, and so there are other issues at stake here. Okay, next, if we can recognize,
Yeah. Well, good morning. Thank y'all for
Thank
having
you.
us here.
Thank you.
Appreciate, that. As Austin mentioned, my name is Trevor Reddick. I'm the president of the Home Builders Association of Georgia, the CEO of Reddick Construction, and a county commissioner in Camden County. So to kind of tagline off of, the impact fees in the Greenfield areas y'all were discussing, I look at that and dissect the impact. You've got two classifications of impact. You've got your cost to develop, and then you have your burden to provide services by the local governments. And so, to me, looking at that, talking about infrastructure, roads, water, sewer, that's all paid by the developer. And so if there's areas in Georgia that I'm not aware of that the governments make those improvements and allow, builders, I'd be interested to know that. But, back in Camden County, we have to pave the roads, put the water and sewer in, and, and make the improvements before we can subdivide the property in the parcels. And I know the burden to provide services to those citizens that bring into that area can be, costly for the local governments. And you get looking at impact fees, and, we're kind of debating whether or not those impact or costs should be subsidized by existing, homeowners or new homeowners coming in. But I think a better way to look at it is to say they should be subsidized by, industrial tax base. And, when an industry comes into a community, they want to look at, what's the workforce look like? What's the unemployment rate? What's the education level? And, part of that, if you can come in and get industry to your community, there's no burden to provide services to that community like you would have in the education system with a household of children. So just kind of wanted to segue, into that and mention. But I think the problem is simple. We've got a lack of attainable housing for hardworking Georgians across the entire state of Georgia. And as testified before this committee, a large portion of added expenses to a new home are due to unnecessary regulatory burdens. And so the counter argument is that home rule should prevail across the great state of Georgia, allowing local governments to adopt ordinances relating to their property affairs and local government. And in 90% of local governments, this works flawlessly with conservative governing. However, we've seen across the state there have been some local governments creating rogue ordinances regarding design standards. And when I took my oath of office, it was to protect the health, safety, and welfare of my constituents, not to decide, what type of building materials should be used on their house and other quality of life amenities within their neighborhood. Design exclusivity happens naturally within private communities, HOAs, and historic communities. And people can elect to live within those areas if they both desire it and can afford the opportunity. It seems necessary to create a statewide preemption on design guidelines so that we widen the access to attainable housing for hardworking Georgians. And if we aren't careful, the narrowing access to housing, specifically with first-time homebuyers, could lead to a larger problem 10, 20, 30 years from now. And that's household wealth. Homeownership is the number one wealth builder across, the state of Georgia to the average household. And if we limit the access to housing now, we are setting Georgians up for failure in the future. Regarding zoning, it would be nice to have some reform across the state. I can't tell you how many times I've been in a local planning commission meeting or, county commission meeting, city council meeting, and a zoning request gets approved or denied based upon popularity. And we kind of discussed that with the vocal opposition. And, instead, it would be nice to see those commissions, kind of stick to the guidelines of the zoning ordinance and whether or not something fits within that use in lieu of the popularity of it. So, in closing, I'll just say Georgia has been tagged as the #1 state to do business in. And construction and housing often gets overlooked compared to other industries such as manufacturing. But my argument would be that home building is manufacturing that just looks different. And our neighborhoods are the manufacturing facilities. And so we hope this committee can take action within the Georgia Assembly, the General Assembly, to make housing attainable and more accessible to all Georgians across the state. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. What is your situation in Camden relative to growth? Are y'all?
We are, we have an influx of population always moving in and out the area. We are growing, but it's not, by huge leaps and bounds. I'd say our population is about 58,000 in the county currently. And mainly the influx is due to our military base, Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base. And my wife being a realtor, she sold some of the same houses several times, which is people moving in and out of the area. So I think, in the county, we have pretty, conservative views as far as growth and development and, how we're going to share the costs of the burdens to provide services to the citizens. And I would say not all, as y'all may well know, not all counties and cities see eye to eye within an area. We've got some cities within our area, and it's, I've had some projects that have gone forward before the Planning Commission and the Planning Director, and they're looking really hard at quality of life amenities, and that's a good thing. We all want to have a nice place to live and protect our, values and let people enjoy home ownership. But what becomes worrisome is when a planning director says, well, where are your parks and playground areas? And we said, well, who's going to own the parks? And, as the developer, I'd like to know who's going to own and maintain and share responsibility for that. And he said, oh, well, the HOA would. And so my argument is that not every household should or could afford the opportunity to have an HOA. And some of them, quite frankly, just don't want to live in an HOA. And so, in discussion, we had talked about, well, is the city going to maintain them? Or are you wanting me to build them? And they said no. And, looking at our target audience for the price point of homes that we're going to be developing within those developments, certain quality of life amenities would be competing with, the own amenities that the city offers, like the aquatic center, which is a public, pool membership that you can go be a part of, and our public service authority that has parks and recreation. So it's I think, again, exclusivity, just happens naturally within those certain areas, and to just create a blanket wide, with the stroke of a brush to the entire local political boundary would be burdensome to a lot of citizens.
Are they, you mentioned the HOAs, are they suggesting that it's an automatic that a community should have an HOA? Are they requiring you to have, or is there any requirement that an HOA be formed by the local government?
One specific city in our county is practically there. They've came up with something called community design guidelines, and they're very careful about wording it. They're not standards, but they're guidelines. But basically, if you're not following these guidelines, they're not going to approve your zoning. And fortunately, we had a 40-acre parcel that's currently in conservation because it's just timberland and it's generating very little property tax. It was already granted a PD, and so we had the zoning in place on it. But the message we got from that planning commission was that if we come forward with a new development that did not have the zoning already in place, we would be tasked with having parks, amenities, HOAs, a lot of things that can make a development cost prohibitive. And that just, again, limits the access to housing, throughout the communities.
Mm-hmm. And you are a county commissioner as well?
Yes, sir.
But this is this is a city that's requiring this?
It is, but I guess you would think I may have a leg up, but we don't always see eye to eye in cities and
No,
towns.
not necessarily. I just was curious about who was requiring that.
Yes, sir.
Do y'all, and pardon me that my state geography is not as good as it should be, do y'all border Glenn, or is there a county between
We
you?
do. We are, I want to say, as far from Atlanta in the state as you can get. We're in the southeast corner, just below Glenn County, east of Charlton County, and north of, right on the Florida line.
Well, this is the question, and I guess y'all wonder where this is going. It is going somewhere. So is there much spillover growth? I'd call it spillover, or people leaving Glenn to come move into Camden?
I would say our area specifically is pretty desirable due to the proximity of Glenn County and then into Nassau County, Florida. If you look 30 minutes north and 30 minutes south of where we are, prices are for the same home are probably 50 to 70,000 more expensive than our area, and that's specifically due to the leftover inventory in our county that has been, from the recession prior.
Yeah.
And we're starting to run out of those lots. So as we go from, neighborhoods we were buying leftover lots at, 15, 20,000, and now our cost to develop is 40+ thousand. That's going to create, hopefully the lot values will increase and we can absorb that and raise that up a little bit. But that, all these other regulatory burdens, do make it cost prohibitive sometimes to look at new development and zoning issues.
Well, before I recognize Representative Saines, I believe you're I misspoke. Before I recognize Representative Momdahan, my mind was on Representative Saines, who I believe represents you in the Georgia House.
Yes, sir, he does.
Well, we'll say a prayer for you about
Thank you. I
that.
appreciate it. I'm going to need all the prayers I can get with it.
I'm teasing about it. He is a good friend and
He
an
is.
able representative, does great work,
Thank
and
you.
he's a good friend of mine, so I wanted to tease about him
Oh,
like
yeah.
I did about Weed Hour yesterday. So the chair recognizes Representative Momdahan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not, but I'm leaning on the latter, not the former. But thank you. We love Representative Saines, and he does a great job up here and passionate about issues. And so please keep sending him up to your state capitol because he's doing a wonderful job. Had a question about Camden County. So you sit on the Camden County Commission, is that correct?
I do.
So tell me about you have what kind of do you have any architectural review or controls in Camden County whatsoever?
We have a planning commission.
And do they ever enact any architectural controls on any neighborhoods whatsoever?
They do not.
None whatsoever. So
Strictly building code enforcement and zoning issues, variances, typical, government stuff.
Okay, fantastic. The next question I have for you is about build-to-rent. So, do you have any build-to-rent communities inside Camden? This is strictly where developers are coming in building 400 or 500 houses that are strictly to rent.
We have not had that in our marketplace. We have had a fair share of new apartment complexes come in within the last 2 years. And when I say fair share, I would say probably 8 to 10 large apartment complexes. But to be fair, we were grossly underserved on, apartments in our area with the Navy base being there.
Right, that's right. So you have a different need, a different base, and well, no pun intended, a base. Right, you have a different base of folks down there. They have different needs, and so that's understandable why you'd want a higher density around there, especially. They don't get paid nearly anything until they get married, and so they need a place to live, and apartments are probably a great fit for your community. That was the only question. I just want to understand if you had and what you had seen from Build to Rent, but I always look for this to be a fact-finding mission, and I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Back to, did you say that y'all do not have building codes that or anything other than, is it the international building? Am I saying that correctly? International building
You
code.
are, and I think we'll hear more about it later today, but there are 9 mandatory codes that every builder in the state has to follow when they build a new building of any kind.
Okay. Interesting. Well, thank you both very much. We are a little behind, but it is time for our lunch break. And
Thank you,
so
Chair.
we are scheduled to be back in at 12:30. And so we will adjourn for lunch. Or break for lunch, I guess. Well, ladies and gentlemen, come to order, if you will, please. We are back in. I apologize for the little bit of a delay. We're a little later than the schedule called for. But we are back, and we do call us back into order and recognize Jimmy Cotty, who is Executive Director of the Georgia Manufactured Housing Association, which the chair should add is honored to have that association headquartered in my district down in Forsyth, Georgia. And so, Jimmy, it's great to have you today, and we look forward to your presentation.
Okay, did you let Tabitha in?
We have a- yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the welcome, the invitation to speak to the Georgia House Study Committee on Regulation, Affordability, and Access to Housing. My name is Jimmy Cotty. I'm the Executive Director of the Georgia Manufactured Housing Association, and we may just have some solutions to access to affordable housing, and look forward to discussing those with this committee, some of the impediments that we face in terms of our product around the state, some of those challenges, how we've worked through some of them. But I'm going to just tell you a little bit about the association. I'm going to offer up some statistics on the industry and on the product. We'll talk a little bit about some of the solutions and some of the problems out there that we face. And so I'll just get on that stuff now. So GMHA is the Georgia Manufactured Housing Association. We exist with a goal of helping provide homes that are attainable, affordable, and high efficiency. And our membership is comprised of manufacturers, those that make the homes. We have 9 manufacturers active in the state of Georgia. We have another 30 or so, or 33 that ship into the state from North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, predominantly, a little bit in Florida. We have retailers, of course, across the state that serve local markets, lenders, installers, communities, housing communities as members, and additional service providers, associate members and whatnot comprise our membership. So regulating the MH industry. So there's a lot of acronyms here, so just try to follow the bouncing ball with me. So MH is manufactured housing. Our industry is regulated by HUD. That's the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. So our construction standards are dictated by HUD. They cannot be preempted by state and local governments, and those standards are based on design and performance. Okay, it's not aesthetic or things of that nature. If it doesn't pertain to the performance of the house, it gives state and local governments the opportunity to tinker, if you will, with what their local design standards are. HUD contracts with state agencies to regulate the industry locally, and so in Georgia, that is the Office of the Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner, and it's more a fire commissioner issue than insurance, but nonetheless, Commissioner King, we call in his office a lot, and they are great partners with us. Part of their responsibility is all the manufacturers are licensed. So if you have a manufacturing facility in Georgia, it's licensed. There is someone from the Manufactured Housing Division of OCI that is in your plant and is inspecting homes as they come off the line. So theoretically, every home that comes off the line gets a seal of approval from the state. We have our retailers are licensed by the state, and our installers are licensed by the state. We do renewal classes for installers every other year. There's about, I think, 155 to 200 installers in the state. DBF, Department of Banking and Finance, they regulate the lenders just as they would in any other kind of real estate transaction. And then DCA is the Department of Community Affairs. They regulate the industrialized buildings. Those are what we would commonly refer to as modular homes. They're built to a little bit different standard. They're built to the I codes, not the HUD codes, the International Residential Code, International Building Code. And DCA oversees all the I codes for the state of Georgia, so that's parked over there with them. So kind of split. Most of our product is the HUD stuff. The modular stuff is a little more specialized, a little more custom, and a little bit more expensive. And we'll get into that in just a minute. So what are manufactured homes? So you'll hear people kind of conflate the terms mobile, manufactured, modular. I do it myself sometimes. I hear people in my industry do it all the time. You hear a lot of old timers that call them mobile homes. Well, there's legal terminology for all of this. Okay. And so I just want to get the terminology out there and what's what. So types of factory built homes. So the first one is mobile homes, and this is defined in state code. And I won't read all that, but you can read it. But the nut here is that these are homes manufactured prior to June 15th, 1976. Okay, so these are the oldest of the oldest homes that are out there. They're oftentimes the ones that give our industry a bad name, and they're the ones that the local governments look at and say, hey, that's a bad product. We don't want that in our district, in our county, in our city, what have you. And you can see here that the metal on metal, the flat roof, tongue still on the trailer, those kind of things. These are the old stuff. Y'all want it out. We want it out. We build a much better product. It's better for everybody. And those are the manufactured homes. So if you read the definition of manufactured homes, it's pretty much exactly the same until you get to the bottom here. This says the manufacturer complies with the standards established under the National Manufactured Housing Construction Safety Standards Act of 1974, 42 USC Code Section 5401, etc. So basically, in the 1974, Congress passed a law, and they came up with a program for HUD, and it was the first real game changer for our industry. Prior to this, homes were built with no standardized construction, and it gave a construction guide that ensured performance and quality for homes as they're built. And of course, that HUD code is reviewed on a regular basis in Washington, D.C., and stakeholders get their opportunities to make suggestions, corrections, just like we do here with the State Codes Advisory Committee over at DCA. But that code is updated, and over time, manufacturers will comply with those updates, and as new ones are needed, they'll act accordingly. So when HUD updates their code, that's implemented across all 50 states, and again, it's not to be preempted by any state or local governments. Okay, and here's a Georgia manufacturer. This is just a look at a manufactured home. I'm telling you, you can start looking at these guys' websites. It's like looking at real estate listings. You just go down a real rabbit hole, but this is a 4-bed, 2-bath home. I think it's about 2,200 square feet. And you can see it's got a spacious living area in there. That bottom right-hand corner, you can see it's actually a second living area, kitchen island with 4 seats at the bar, master bathroom that's got standalone tub and shower, separate double vanities. Just a very attractive and spacious home, kind of home anybody would want to live in. And this is another manufacturer down in Waycross, Georgia, Scott Built Homes. They bought some unused land, worked with the local government, and they built and placed a half dozen homes. They actually did it with 6 homes. They got 5 up here, but you can just get a quick look at some of the homes, and all these homes have got an acre of land. They're well placed. They've got a little bit of the architectural features that are becoming more sort of in vogue today. So what they've done with these homes is they've parked them on some land. They have retired the titles to them. So when they sell these homes, they'll sell these as a land home package. So it won't be personal property. It'll just be one piece of real estate transaction, just like any you're accustomed to when you're buying a site built home. And these homes range from 1,500 to 2,400 square feet. And then a modular home. Okay, so we call it a modular. It's the technical term, or the legal term, is a residential industrialized building, and so it's a structure that meets the I code. It may or may not contain a permanent metal chassis. So new law in Georgia a couple years ago allows you to build. These things are traditionally trucked in, and they're lifted with a crane, and they're set. In Georgia now, you can bring in, leave it on the metal chassis, and set it up from there. And these homes typically are not, state law says they can't be treated any differently than a normal single-family home. These are built to the I codes, just as any single-family home would be built. But they're built in a factory, offsite. And then so modular homes, you can really go crazy. I said this is not really in the affordable space, and this is one that's kind of off the charts, but I just love the look of it. And so it looks like anything else that this is a luxury home on the water somewhere in the Northeast, but you can see it doesn't look any different than any kind of site-built home. Custom bathrooms, bedroom on second level, large kitchen, nice appliances, etc. And so modular, this whole factory-built concept is being looked at hard in the commercial realm, and that's because largely of how quickly they can build in a controlled environment, right? And so a couple of examples here. In 2019, Marriott on Fifth Avenue in New York built a 28-story high-rise out of factory-built construction. So you can see the building there on the top right, and underneath you can see where each room, basically that is one hotel room. They've built it, and if you look through there, you can see it's kind of staged. But they took those and they stacked them and they built them, and they opened this up, and it was the highest, tallest factory-built building, I think, in the world. Yeah, world's tallest modular hotel at the time. So that was in New York, a little closer to home. This is right down the street from my house. I live in Johns Creek. This is just around the corner in Roswell. This was a Chick-fil-A that was an absolute mess of a traffic situation, as most old Chick-fil-A's were. They knocked it down. And that whole Chick-fil-A is built with factory-built construction. They built it in a factory. They kind of cut it up where they figured out they could, and they brought it on site. They pieced it all together, and they went from scraping this thing down to serving chicken sandwiches in a matter of 12 weeks, which is huge for the franchisee, their employees. I think in this one they said that the franchisee owner was going to continue paying his employees even while the restaurant was offline, while it was being rebuilt. So that was out of his pocket. It got him operating quickly, and they rebuilt that thing with a way better traffic plan, and it can accommodate the demand that they meet. And it's a gorgeous building. And I think the point I'm trying to make is if factory built construction is good enough to go stay in a high rise in New York City or go eat your favorite chicken sandwich in, should it not be good enough for us to live in? If brands like Marriott and Chick-fil-A would value the factory built construction and the benefits that it brings, can it not? Why not for housing stock going forward? So last term here is trailer and trailer park. I looked around to see if I could find a legal definition of trailer, and I did. So this is actually in the transportation section of Georgia state law. You can read it there, but this is in the width, height, and length dimensions for transportation. And so if you read that, here's today's trailer park, right? And I see those things everywhere. I think pretty much every county and up and down the highways has a distribution center, and those are essentially the new trailer parks. If they're all backed up, and so you can't tell me the trailer park doesn't bring in revenue or does not create jobs, because the Amazon centers around here are certainly booming, and we continue to build them. But these are not trailers. Today's homes are not your granddaddy's mobile homes. They're high quality. They're built to precision and whatnot. So let's get away from trailer park if we can. And this is your new trailer park right here. Now, a term that manufactured home is, it tells you what it is. It's built in a factory, right? But it doesn't really tell you what the benefits are. And so me and some others have been toying around with the term high efficiency housing. And we're kind of like, well, that's what we are, right? We're high efficiency housing. Well, why are we? Well, we can build these things quickly. You can get a home down the line in 5 days, right? These homes are built in a controlled environment. So their materials and workers are unexposed to the elements. So I'll repeat, no climate was changed in the production of these homes. Your tradesmen and workforce are always available. You got a framing crew there at one station. You're going to have your framing crew every day. We're on site built. Sometimes what you run into is you get a weather day, and then all of a sudden you lose one crew you thought you had planned, and then that backs the whole project up. Well, that's not the case for us. Rain, sun, or shine, we're working 5-6 days a week, and they turn them out, and the workforce is there and it's available. When you build like this, you produce less waste by a wide margin, and I'll show you an example of that a little bit later. But this is a way less wasteful way to build. They've become more resilient to storms. We'll talk about that in a minute. They're as energy efficient as any other home you'd want to buy or care to buy. And of course, for consumers, they are cost manageable. They're much easier on the wallet. So a lot to like about that. A lot of efficiencies there. So we like the term high efficiency housing. So some quick data and statistics on MH. And so these first ones are national numbers. From a report that our national affiliate puts together and collects from the U.S. Census Bureau and Department of Housing and Urban Development. This is the last 5 complete years of data they had going back to 2016. So you can see the single-family housing starts and the MH shipments nationally. So on the manufactured housing side, we have been around that 9-10% of the total housing stock nationally. I think that might be a little bit higher in Georgia, but I don't know for a fact, but not by too much. And there's the total homes. This is probably the real eye-opener is where we try to shine is in that cost per square foot for construction. So that top chart where it says all, those include single-family homes, double-wide or single-wide homes, double-wide homes, and then any other homes that are multiple pieces beyond double. So you can see in the middle there, single wides, average cost per square foot to build, $52.81, $49.63, $48.88, and so on and so forth on down. Double wides, $61.65 a square foot, $59.53 a square foot, so on. And then a look at the single family homes, the data they had. Is roughly double. Now, I think that gap's a little bit closer in Georgia. I don't think it's quite double. I think we're probably a little bit more expensive to build here, but still the cost per square foot is one of the big advantages in how we're able to provide affordable housing. Looking at statistics on shipped, there's the national totals there. We kind of went through that a minute ago, but in the placements, you can see ranging in the last 5 years, anywhere from 27 to 37% of homes went into communities, with the balance going on to private property, so anywhere from 63 to 73%. Titled as personal property, okay, that has been steady around the 76, 77, 78% range. And then titled as real estate, closer to 17 to 20%. That's where you retire the title, legally marry the home up to the land. So 20% or a little bit less nationally are retiring that title and holding it as one piece of real estate. This is just a quick historical look at productions and shipments in Georgia. So that blue line is production. Georgia used to be just gangbusters in terms of manufactured housing production. That's gone down significantly. We'll get to that in just a minute, but you can see the blue line there, upwards by the mid to late 90s was turning out 50,000 homes a year. And then the orange line there underneath is shipments coming into Georgia. So a lot of our homes are shipped to Florida, South Carolina. They have no manufacturing facilities in South Carolina. We ship a lot to Florida and Alabama as well, and likewise receive shipments from some of the surrounding states. So you can see where upwards of 20,000 homes and shipped in, and 50,000 plus being produced kind of back in the heyday. And then with the post 9/11, the recession that followed that really hit manufactured housing harder than the regular real estate industry. You can just kind of see the nosedive. By 2001, we were less than half in terms of productions, with shipments, under 5,000 by 2003. And then here's most recently, you can see it's kind of trending back up, but those numbers are still, we hit 8,000 shipments last year. Production last year, and just over 3,000 in shipments. So it's trending the right way. The industry is getting healthy. It's taken us a long time to kind of get back. These numbers are still a far cry from where we were, but we have less factories today. Some have been turned over into modular type construction to accommodate commercial demand. So that's where we are today. But we're trending in the right direction. We're seeing plenty of demand for our product out there through our retail network. Things are going well. People are busy. Quick note on some energy efficiency, storm resilience, and sustainability. I'm not an expert yet on this, but I can tell you that I touched on earlier that energy efficiency can be compete with anything site built, factory built, other people's products, with our values hitting 30 plus. The big turning point in storm resiliency was after Hurricane Andrew came through in 1992. 90% of the manufactured housing market in South Florida was decimated by it. And so they went back to the drawing board, and by 94, HUD published a new code or wind zone guidelines for wind zone 2 and 3 homes. So when you read about, and I've already read about it a little bit in regards to Ian when I've kind of checked on the news coming out, but in Florida, the way they kind of reported is they look at, when you see the sensational news story of the guy standing on top of a community that's been decimated, most of those homes are probably pre-1994. In Florida, when they examine these situations, and then around the Gulf Coast, they'll say in post-1994 produced homes and place homes performed as well as any other homes would. It's the ones that were the older ones pre-wind zone guidelines perform poorly, and thus they make for the sensational camera shots and whatnot. And they'll always, when they're there, they'll always say, we're at this mobile home community that was just torn up. And the reality is, if it was a storm strong enough to tear up a mobile home community, it's probably strong enough to tear up anything in its path. But you don't see them say, hey, we're in this stick-built neighborhood and it was decimated. They just say this neighborhood was, but they always make it a point to say that it's a mobile home community. That's kind of a perception issue that certainly our industry is sensitive to, and we try to educate with as far as performance nowadays. I mean, I've seen videos of where they backed up a C-130 airplane to a post 1994 home, and they blow that thing for 30 minutes, and you lose shingles, and that's it when it's tied down properly. So, and if you think about the homes that are being delivered, they're going hundreds of miles up and down the road at 60 miles an hour. That wind it could be doing something to that home, but it's the home obviously arrives intact and in peace, and is ready to be put together. So, so today's wind zones and just the general build of the homes is so much better than it was. I talked about the waste aspect, and this is what one of our, and I'll show you the homes that this is building, but they don't measure it in terms of dumpsters. They measure it in terms of trash cans. So I'm going to show you a home or a couple of homes here at the end, but you can see they have the new 2 90-gallon trash cans. That's all the waste that these homes produce when they put it down the line. They know what they've got to cut things to, and they know what they got to have ready to build. So they don't waste much. They know with precision what's got to be done to build these homes. So they're doing it quickly, and they're doing it without waste to build a quality home. Just a quick note on manufactured housing communities. 3 types. So you got rental communities. Those are kind of the traditional communities where all the lots and homes are owned by the property owner or the corporation. The tenant pays rent, and that includes the cost of both the dirt and the home. You've got land lease communities, so the homes are all owned by the tenants, and the dirt is owned by the property owner, and the tenant will pay their mortgage to who, or maybe just pay cash for the home, but then they'll have to pay lot rent to the owner. And then you've got tenant-owned communities that the dirt and homes are owned individually by the homeowners, typically tiles, retired, and whatnot. What I've kind of learned in my short time with the Manufactured Housing Association in scenario 1 and 2, when you have particularly in 2, when you have ownership and the tenants have some skin in the game, that seems to be some incentive for them to help keep the park up. And the owners generally have some pride of ownership as well, and they work together to make for a nice community. I've talked to people about, we think tenant-owned communities are the way to go, and that's great. But I've seen some tenant-owned communities where they've got their own covenants and whatnot, but they don't have anyone to enforce them, and they don't enforce it on each other, and they don't have an owner come by and say, hey, you need to clean this up, or you're going to be fined or assessed or on notice or whatnot. They just don't do anything about it. So same with the rental communities. There's a lot of investors that would like to come in, and those investors want to take care of their investment, and they typically do a good job of keeping it clean, keeping it professionally managed, so that they can hold that thing and resell it down the line as well. So I don't think there's anything to be afraid of in terms of where tenants pay rent, but typically when they have some ownership skin in the game, it's helpful. So some of the problems and solutions here I'll run through. This is kind of a solution unto itself, and Tabitha DePriest, who's the Worth County tax commissioner, she'll touch on this. This is kind of her baby. The Georgia General Assembly passed in 2018 the Abandoned Mobile Home Act, House Bill 381. It was authored by John Corbett, but Tabitha, trust me, was the real author, and she can walk you through the finer details of it. But basically, the Abandoned Mobile Home Act was a way for local governments could work with landowners to have a legal process of getting rid of abandoned and derelict homes, to get them out, destroy them, and pave the way for new stock to come in. I'll let Tabitha touch on the finer details, but basically the landowner can seek out the owner of the home. If none can be found, the local government can condemn it. They have to post it, give proper notice, and there's a timeline that's followed. But once all that's followed to the end, the house can be foreclosed on and removed and destroyed at some cost, either to the owner or to the local government. One of our members, a home dealership down, I think in Hinesville, is doing a little project in Wayne County. I showed you that one in Waycross, where a manufacturer was doing a little community, six home community. Well, this one's doing something similar. So they bought some property in Wayne County, and so they had some abandoned mobile homes on there, and they started this process of the Abandoned Mobile Home Act. So on the left there, you can see the home. On the right is the yellow notice that tells you that they've got 90 days to appear and settle up on this thing, or else it's going to a tax sale to be removed and destroyed potentially. And then so owner never showed up. They followed this thing through, and then once they got it out, they were able to clean up the site, put a much nicer, newer home on. It's ready to be lived in, and I think they'll wash, rinse, and repeat this process a few more times on that property, but they'll be able to provide new homes with tax-paying homeowners that the county can collect on. So I say all that, some things around the Abandoned Mobile Home Act. I don't think a lot of local governments know as much about this as they could or should. So we're trying to do some educate. I know that there's money at DCA available for blight programs, and to the extent that it can either be expanded, I don't know if there are programs that landowners can apply for or local governments could apply for to get some grant money to help defray the cost of moving these things out, because at the end of the day, and I think Tabitha will touch on it, that it's a big win for the local government to get rid of the old stuff. Property values actually will increase once you get rid of the blight, and they can bring new stuff in and increase the tax revenue for that property. Sales tax is a big issue in our industry, and it's a big preventer of home sales. So we have qualified manufacturers. They don't pay sales tax on the materials. So they build the homes. They're sold wholesale to retailers who then turn around and retail the homes. And so like a manufacturer's paying no sales tax on the material, where a site-built home builder, they'll pay sales tax on their material as they buy it, but they're not paying sales tax on the label or on the final sale of the home. But on manufactured homes, we're not paying sales tax on materials, but the consumer's incurring sales tax on the full retail value of the home at the end of the, so they're having to pay sales tax on the materials, labor, and the profit of the home, which is a little bit different. And so we talk about sales tax on a, 20, 30 years ago, when homes may have averaged $40,000 or $30,000, maybe not quite as big a deal, but I mean, nowadays they're selling homes, and I'll show you some numbers here in a minute. I mean, you can be upwards of $200,000 plus on some of these things, and you're paying sales tax, right? And that's I kind of look at sales tax as that's a one-time consumer tax on, say, like you buy a TV, you're gonna pay a sales tax on it, you're gonna hang it on your wall, you're gonna enjoy it, you're never gonna mess with it again until it dies on you, and you're gonna buy a new one, and you'll pay sales tax on the new one. But for us, we're incurring these large sales taxes, and then they get financed in, and once you compound them out over the life of the loan with the interest rate, that sales tax becomes a really, really big number that can push people out of financing when at the retail level. So buyers can be disqualified, and then for the ones that can still qualify, their buying power is diluted. Disposable income that they have in their pocket, they would be spending in the local county. They can't go out and spend that because they're a little bit more cash poor because of the number on their home. So here's the impact. So here's some homes. These are actual deals that was provided me by a retailer in Northeast Georgia. And so the financing on all these range from 23 years to 30 years. There's varying interest rates, and that just has manufactured homes typically have a little bit higher interest rate than a site-built house, and then based on the quality of the buyer, obviously that impacts their interest rate. But you can see how it plays out here on the low end. There's one there in the middle, $33,511.50 home, financed for 23 years at 8.62% in an 8% sales tax jurisdiction. That's a sales tax number of $2,680. Their monthly bill there is $22.35 on their sales tax. When extrapolated out over the life of the loan, that's an additional almost $6,200 they're paying just in interest, for a total sales tax of almost $8,900. That's the low end here, and you can see as the numbers start to go up there at the bottom, a $78,000 home with a 9% sales tax in a 7% jurisdiction, is roughly double. It's their tax, their tax payment is essentially $46.43 a month, with the total tax liability essentially of sales tax and interest of $18,200. Moving on here, some even higher purchases. You can see some of these things at $148,000 over 23 years. Your sales tax comes out to almost $11,900. That's $100 a month in sales taxes. Their total tax bill over the life of that is almost $39,000. That's substantial. That's money that could be spent in the local community. And so there's some other numbers there, but you guys get the gist of what I'm explaining here in terms of how the sales tax impacts these buyers when they purchase these homes. So some potential solutions. One that I've talked about with Tabitha, and I think she's talked about with some other tax commissioners, is potentially eliminating sales tax and moving towards a TAVT model, finding a lower rate that works for consumers on the front end, but this lowers the burden on the initial purchaser, and will spread the tax burden out over the life of the home as that thing changes hands a potential 2 or 3 or 4 times over the life of the home. This is like the old car buying days, right? You were at an advantage buying from a casual sale because you wouldn't have to pay sales tax on it. Well, that's how it still works in the manufactured housing market. You pay sales tax on the front end of their retail purchase, but then they're buying and selling on a personal basis, and there's no sales tax. They're captured by the state or local government. If you move to a TAVT model, that's something that every time that title changed hands, then there'd be an opportunity to catch some taxes and broaden that burden out over the life of the home instead of getting it all on the initial purchase. Other things that have been looked at before is, we talked about how site builders, they're paying sales tax as they go when they purchase materials, but they're not paying sales tax on their labor, and they're not paying sales tax on the net profit, or the consumer's not, that is. So one thing that had been looked at previously that didn't get much traction here in the General Assembly, 10 to 12 years ago, was where they wanted to pass a bill where they would, on the manufacturer's invoice, the sales tax would be a rate of 60% of the manufacturer's invoice. And the idea was to get some equity in terms of site built, but that doesn't address the issue of the changing titles and whatnot, and missing tax dollars on the casual sale. We've talked about maybe proposing just a flat rate per floor, so a single wide, regardless of the price, is one price. A double wide is is double that, triple wide, thrice that. And then other states have gone to things where on energy efficiency, they offer lower rates. In South Carolina, there's a $300 flat fee if your home is what they call Duke energy efficient, and pretty much everybody builds to that standard now. And so it's or added storm resiliency as well, potentially. So those are some different things we've looked at, talked about in terms of finding some solutions to make this more affordable on the front end, and spread that tax burden out over the life of the home instead of the initial buyer touching all that. On issues of zoning and grandfathering, sales tax and zoning are those are the two biggest issues for our constituency, and there, it just happens to be the two biggest issues that probably make the local government's spidey senses tingle, but but we've got to deal with it, right? It's local governments, we've seen them use zoning as a means to create impediments. So they find little things in their zoning ordinances, and they'll put minimum widths or minimum square footage and things like that'll knock out certain types of homes. A lot of times it's single wides getting picked on. My conversations with local governments at this point, I've seen some of it as malicious intent. Their goal is to keep out the product, and I've seen some where it was just ignorance or inadvertent. They and I'll talk about one with Monroe County here shortly, but things like creating higher roof pitches, larger decks, right? Allow for only one option on skirting, the most expensive option, requiring minimum widths and all that. So it's like, you want a higher roof pitch, it can be built. It's got to be hinged. It's going to cost more at the factory. It's going to cost more in transport. It's going to cost more in setup. It can be anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 additional when you have a hinge roof. One county we were working with, they wanted a 10 by 20 deck, and that seemed a bit much. I think they were getting quoted anywhere from $30 to $40 a square foot on decks for their customers. So you're talking about an additional $6,000 to $8,000. If you're only going to do masonry skirting, you could be in for $5,000 or $6,000 there. So all that adds up. You add that sales tax to it, and it becomes all that kind of stuff adds up real quick to knock out affordability for some of these people. And then of course some of these things when they're in place, property owners are losing the right to replace a manufactured home with another, and that doesn't make sense to me. But we'll get to that here in a minute. So here, like just since May, these are some of the things and some of the circumstances that have been reported to me with regards to some of these zoning and grandfathering issues. So a city, and I won't pick on anyone specifically by name, but I'll give you a general area. Northeast Georgia City, through annexation and zoning changes, prevented 2 different manufactured communities from replacing older homes with newer models. Now, to me, what I don't like about this is you've got an owner who's ready to invest in his community. He or she is ready to invest in their community. They're ready to provide better housing to their tenants. And the local government is saying, no, we don't want to let you provide better housing to your tenants. We'd rather them live in what they have and, find someplace else to live once that home is not useful anymore. That just personally, it's I just think it's a bad way to do business, honestly. But that's what we're seeing. Southeast Georgia County modifying code, disallowing homes less than 20 feet wide. So you're taking out an older single wide, you want to put in a newer one, you can't fit it in the space, or it's not going to be big enough. The higher cost prevents community upgrades on an economic basis or lot size. So a lot of communities can't, the existing lots in the communities can't accommodate double wides. They were built back in the day to accommodate a single wide home. And slowly what that does is it cuts your lots in half over time as you have to get rid of the homes. Northwest Georgia County, requiring all manufactured housing communities to be installed with new, expensive perimeter block foundation rather than the block piers and skirting that's recommended by HUD. Obviously, it's an increased cost. It inhibits improvement of communities with upgrades, minimum square footage, and then Southeast Georgia County, another minimum square footage. They look at these things in terms of what's the largest single wide. I mean, I've seen them where one county years ago did one where it's like, if you have to be 16 feet and 1 inch, because most double wides or most single wides stop at 16 feet. So they added 1 inch, and that's their local ordinance. So they do these things, and that's the battle we fight. We usually hear about these things. We have retailers that serve these markets, and then they find out that they find something out that somebody's got something new. They call us. Is there anything we can do? They have customers that come on the lot. They're interested in looking at some of these homes, and they ask them, well, where are you going to put that? And we say, well, we're going to put it in County A. Said, I can't sell you that home then. Well, we like that one. I said, well, we can't put it that way. Well, what homes do you have here that I can put where I live? And they say, well, maybe that one or that one. It limits their availability and in terms of what they can buy. So potential solutions here. Passing legislation that would protect property owners, communities, and single families from losing the ability to replace their manufactured homes with another. Iowa did this in 2019 as kind of a model bill that the rest of the nation in terms of state manufactured housing associations does. It's a simple bill. It basically says what you had there before you can put back, and it's the intent was, for communities at least, the intent was, if you had a single wide, you can replace it with a single wide. Even if the county said we want homes further apart, you sort of retain the right of what you had from before when you had the home. So, and then considering preemption of local governments in other situations, I get it. I know it. I know local governments want to maintain nice communities. They want to have high values and whatnot. And I've had some good experience with some communities, and I've had some bad experiences thus far. And, the hard thing for us is part of what makes us affordable and appealing is that, we're manufacturing homes all over the Southeast, and they're being shipped into Georgia. They don't say, all right, it's time to build the Monroe County home. Monroe County, Georgia home. Let's run that one down the line. And then they say the next home's got to be the Columbia, South Carolina home, and the next one's got to be, You know, in Georgia, we have 540 cities, 159 counties. That's about 700 opportunities for people to make little tweaks and changes to their local codes that I just think there should be some basic things that we could expect as manufacturers to provide. We can provide quality housing with a 312 roof pitch. You know, why does it have to be a 412 or a 512? We know everybody doesn't like vinyl skirting, so instead of requiring brick masonry skirting, there are other skirting options out there. There's faux brick, faux stone that are nice alternatives. There's metal skirting that a lot of people are going to that looks great. You know, people just don't want the vinyl skirting that gets chewed up by the weed eater. You know, we get that. We want them to have a nice home too. And a lot of that stuff is local code enforcement too. People see the tall grass, the refrigerator in the yard, but they look beyond that and see that there's a trailer there, right? And that's the problem. But code enforcement could go out and enforce their local codes with grass height or, you know, stuff in the yard, car on blocks or whatever it may be. That's the real problem. That's the real violation, right? And so that's what there's some of that enforcement that can be done on the local side to help kind of keep their communities clean too. That a lot of times go by the wayside. And you know, I don't want to pick on local governments without saying some good stuff too. So I'll close my remarks with been working with Monroe County, the county that we're located in, our office. They're doing a Unified Development Ordinance update. And there was some bad stuff in there for us. We didn't like it. And I went to one of the commissioners I had a relationship and said, hey, man, do you know what's in here about manufactured housing? And he answered just like I expect. He goes, that is a 412-page document. There's no way I know everything that's in there. I said, I didn't think you did. He said, you go and look for what you don't like about manufactured housing and then make a priority list and let's talk. And so that's what we did. We sat down and they were very well. You know, he got a couple of his fellow commissioners together. We met with them. We met them at a retail center. We took them to a retail center and we talked about the issues. Then we went on the lot. We walked through some model homes, and you know, the model homes we walked through would not have conformed to their code. And both these guys are builders and real estate guys, and they walked through that home and they just said, "This place is great. There's no reason why a Monroe County family shouldn't live in this home." And so they've been willing to work with us. You know, this was a case of they essentially copied and pasted another county's UDO. So nobody was sitting around twirling their mustache about manufactured homes, but in our due diligence, we found some things that were objectionable. So they worked with us on things like what I mentioned earlier, some of the things that make it more expensive. They came down. They were the ones that had the 10 by 20 deck. And we cut it down to a 6 by 8 deck, you know, and they had good logic for it. They wanted to make sure if emergency services were necessary. One of the commissioners had a son that was an EMT, so that kind of came up to mind for him, and it made sense, and we were fine with that. Skirting, we showed them some of the additional options, and so they still left the brick masonry in, but then they also listed some of the additional options that essentially just singles out vinyl siding as the one you can't go with. But it gives consumers some options, nice options. You know, the roof pitch thing, they didn't have a problem with that. Square footage, they knocked it down to basically, you know, they have square footage requirements for site-built homes, but they knocked it down for if it's manufactured, it's got to meet, regardless of the zoning district, a 750-foot square foot home. So that brings all of our single wides back into play. And I'm still working with them on a couple of the architectural features to make sure that all of our product will be available. But they've been great to work with. You know, they didn't know what they didn't know, and that's okay. It's great to work with people like that. So, and then one other one, we're doing a couple infill housing projects in the Lakewood Heights neighborhood here in Atlanta, down on the south side. So this first picture, so on the right there, you can see there's kind of a wooded lot. It's ultra skinny. There's not much you can do with it. Most of those trees are going to come down. And the home on the left is what's going to be put in. And just down the street from that, on the right side, okay, is a lot. And that's actually, that house has been renewed, restored, and it's up for sale now. and they subdivided the land to the left of it was actually part of that. They subdivided that off to make a second lot, and the home on the left is what's going to be going in there, and they're going to be able to sell that home substantially less than the home on the right. But that project's ongoing now. We've gotten our variances from the city of Atlanta. We've had the team out to look at how we're going to make this install work, and I think by the end of the year, those two homes should be in here in the city of Atlanta. So a couple of cool things, working with some local governments as well. So I don't want to say bad things about all of them. It's just it's an education process for us, and the guys here at the Capitol have been great to work with on some of the stuff. And I know they're in the room, and they've expressed to me they're eager to learn more about manufactured housing as well. And we're going to take the opportunity to take them out and give them some tours and educate them a little bit too. So we want to work with them. We want them to feel good about our product as much as we feel good about our product. So I could take some questions. I know Tabitha's going to talk a little bit about taxation and how they've made it work for them in Worth County. I know she'll have some good and interesting comments, but if you guys have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer.
Okay, we will have some. Representative Montahan does, and I also do want to hear from Tabitha, and I'm interested in her testimony, of course. Representative.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Jimmy. Congratulations on your new position with the Manufactured Housing Association. You're a passionate advocate for all the different issues, and we appreciate your advocacy. Funny story about the refrigerator in the yard. I had a stand-up refrigerator once, and somehow the ice got to build up in that freezer, and all the food that was in it, I had meat, I had red snapper in there and everything else. Man, it cost me $1,000 anyway. It all rotted. So I said, what am I going to do? It stunk. The whole garage stunk. And so I put a ratchet strap around this thing. You see the refrigerator's in the yard, and I put it out in the front yard to take it to the dump later, but I said, do not open. I put do not open on that thing. My wife got home. She said, Martin, do you realize it looks like you've got a dead body in that freezer? You better take off do not open. I just thought about that when you said that. But we've got great mobile home communities in our county, in the state, and I wanted to commend you on one of the things. I'm very sensitive to the replacement. I grew up with many friends who grew up in mobile manufactured homes, and they had a great home, and their parents had to raise them, and they are just great folks. So I'm very sensitive to that. They ought to, I agree with you, be able to replace those things as they sit, as they age. And so I'm very sensitive to that, and I thank you for bringing that up today. One of the things I did want to posit for the committee, I thought that was very interesting, Mr. Chairman, was the TAVT model for the taxation. And I think as we've gone through these past 4 days, that has been my overarching concern was the taxation. And I think with the TAVT model or some variant therein, that could help solve a lot of the issues in which we've talked about over the last 4 days. And I'm very interested to hear more about that and how we can address that maybe for different types of housing, not only manufactured homes, to address the issue and the disparities between the costs of home and the taxes and what the expenditures would be on the local level. And so I'm very interested to learn more, and I thank you for your testimony. That it's been very eye-opening and something I did not consider before.
Well, thank you. I've run that by ACCG, and the reaction was, that's an interesting concept. And I think the one thing that was of concern off the top of mind was, is there a kind of standard valuation process for these things as a used home? And there is, and the lenders use it as Bible, as gospel, when they're valuing used homes. And so I think there may be a needle we can thread here. Obviously, for us, we're looking for relief for our consumers, right? And I think if we can get away with the initial consumer paying a little less, but future consumers on the same home having some skin in the game too, I think that's a win for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much. Very eye-opening. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
be sure that that conversation about that value-added tax is in replacing the sales tax, correct?
Yeah, the idea. Well, I mean, with automobiles, you know, people commonly say we still pay sales tax on the car, and I remind people actually you're not paying sales tax; you're paying a TAVT fee. It's just that in terms of rate, it's closer to what the sales tax used to be, but you're paying it every time you get a car. No matter where you get a car from, you're paying it. You know, I used to buy all my cars used in casual sales. I never paid sales tax, and then TAVT went into effect, and you know, I pay it every. You know, we all pay it every time we get an automobile, new or used, and so, yeah, it would replace sales tax. Now, there's an ad valorem tax that we pay annually, and Tabitha's going to touch on that. It would not replace that. So the local governments would still collect annually on the homes. You know, if it's converted to real property, you know, you still get your property taxes. Whether if it's in a land lease where the tenant owns the home, they're still going to pay their ad valorem annually, and the park owner is still going to pay his property taxes annually on the value of the whole park. So we're not suggesting any interference with that concept at all. The only thing that we're interested in looking at is on the initial sale of the home.
I just wanted to clarify that because I heard that of course I do understand fully the concern about a sales tax being added to these housing units when in fact a new stick-built home does not pay the sales tax. So I understood that, but that was a proposal to deal with that problem, correct?
Yes, we're working through some ideas that we hope to bring to the legislature on that.
Well, I think since we're on the subject taxation, and I do want to hear from her because I know she's made some, that traditionally in my many years of experience with this has been an underlying problem, so she'll address that, I guess, so we won't spend time on that. I am, and I think you touched on this with zoning, so you do have some counties and cities that just will not allow manufactured housing?
Well, it's not that they won't allow it; they just make it extremely difficult.
Okay.
You know, they limit the residential districts that we can put it in, or the zoning districts we can put it in. You know, and like I said, they might require certain roof pitches, or they might require certain things that add up to costs and essentially make it unaffordable for the consumer, and thus they abandon the idea of trying to park a home there.
So it's not it's not prohibition, but it is de facto prohibition by regulation that's imposed.
In some cases, yes.
Yeah. I'm curious about that because this, when you were looking at the infill that you just showed at the end, I'm assuming that was an industrialized home in your.
No, those are going to be HUD code homes.
So
they're traditional
manufactured home.
Now they're going to be placed. They're going to be taken off the chassis, and they're going to be placed like a traditional modular home.
Okay.
But they're in fact built to the HUD code.
They are manufactured. Okay,
yes.
That's interesting.
We got a variance from the city of Atlanta. We had to provide them some documentation essentially on the quality process and whatnot that goes into regulating these homes.
I do want to be sure we have the terminology correct. So we know manufactured homes are built to HUD standards, as you've described. And then we have industrialized homes and modular homes. Those are three different categories.
Modular is the same. Modular is kind of the layman's term for industrialized residential. So an industrialized building is like your commercial modular. And then industrialized residential is your residential modular. And so
I was very intrigued with that hotel that was built, but that was done with what we used to call prefab housing or prefabricated housing, which is basically wall panels that are pre-manufactured somewhere and then assembled.
Well, I mean, the hotel, their primary interest is when they can start handing out keys. You know, Chick-fil-A's primary interest is when they can start selling chicken nuggets.
Yeah, that Chick-fil-A model, that Chick-fil-A story intrigued me as well. Can you text me a street address on that?
It's the corner of Holcomb Bridge Road and Highway 9 in Roswell.
Holcomb Bridge and Highway 9.
And then there's one at the corner now of a second one they built This Holcomb Bridge Road and Nesbitt Ferry Road.
Also done with an industrialized.
Same thing. Yep.
Is that right? Mhm.
Yep. It's
You don't know the lot size by chance, do you?
they're not big.
Okay. Okay, well, enough of that. Obviously, y'all surprised to hear so many questions on Chick-fil-A. Back to the zoning situation, as we look at this, and of course the difference in the mobile home parks that we used to call mobile home parks, we probably ought to call them manufactured housing parks,
We call them communities.
communities.
Yep.
And I understand one of our guests that was to be with us today operates a very nice one in Paulding County. That I believe
That's right. He's a
Representative knows.
constituent of
Yeah.
Representative Montan.
Yeah, that because that seems to me in our whole discussion about all of this, about affordability and good housing for the people in Georgia, it does seem that those mobile home communities, it can be a ground lease situation as you've described, where the residents own the housing unit, or in some cases the community owns all the housing unit, leases to everybody. I have heard that those are scarce and becoming scarcer because it's not, it's hard, or maybe you're not able to develop new manufactured housing communities land-wise. Is that true?
Well, I mean, if you're developing a community land-wise, like the same one Logan's Crossing in Dallas, I mean, he has enough acreage, I think, for another 50 or 60 homes. But the problem is he's got to deal with the same kind of land prep that the site built guys have to do when it comes to infrastructure and streets and grading and all that kind of stuff, and so just evaluating the cost of that and then of what he can get his homes at and get them set for, that number is increasing and impacting him more than it ever has, and he's not quite sure what he wants. For the longest time, I know he wanted to, and I hate to speak for him, but intended to develop that into future use, but he's not sure what he's going to do at this point because just the prep cost is.
Well, is it more difficult now to have a manufactured housing community approved, a new one?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say so. I have seen issues where, once a zoning request is out in the local county, then, I mean, I was helping a guy down in Dublin, Georgia, and he did one home for one person who was next to a residential community, but this property was not in a community, and she was somehow able to tie her up in court in the bottom of the ninth inning because she was trying to enforce her own community's covenants on this one home that was outside the community, and it was kind of nuts. But it's the kind of thing that a lot of times our consumers have to deal with. I mean, this was a nice home, and gentleman had sold her the home. He did all the construction himself. He built the septic. I mean, everything was ready to go. They had to hook up the water and put the skirting on, and they were done. And he was going to close. So he had a significant outlay of his own money into this, and they had this sort of interference from a rowdy neighbor, and that was just on a single home. So when you see proposals go out, for 100, 200 lot, a lot of times the locals constituency will come out and say no, not in my backyard.
Well, this, to me, and this is all in my line of questioning, is about our focus on affordability and options for Georgians to be able to afford housing. It just seems to me that the manufactured community that basically does ground leasing is an intriguing idea. And, we heard yesterday about ground leasing from the inner city of Atlanta people, what they're thinking about there. So I just think that is an interesting line of questioning about that. The next issue, though, about taxation, I think is key here because we're always, and of course, Representative Montan and I have already agreed that housing and cost of service delivery is a big issue, and so I would like to hear from your associate about that and let us question her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, before we let you go, Representative Bazemore is joining us by Zoom, and she does have a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Gotti. Thank you for the presentation. Do you see that any urban areas have an appetite for these type homes, or is it more so in the rural areas?
Well, I can tell you with the city of Atlanta, the two that we have ready to go, when the person developing those lots took his renderings of the homes and some information about the homes, the city of Atlanta was very intrigued. They asked some questions and asked for us to gather some more information. And when we satisfied that, they quickly jumped on it and said, yes, absolutely. We'll have that home in this neighborhood. And so, we think it'll go well. I'm sure it will go well. And, we'll get those homes up and, I think we already plan to do ribbon cutting type activities and whatnot, invite people out. Because we want it to be a showcase. We want other cities and urban areas not to be afraid of it. Stuff can be built to accommodate them. There's if you go on any website of any manufacturer, you will go down a rabbit hole of homes and floor plans and setups. It's like, if you've ever searched real estate listings and you find yourself having wasted an hour away, you can do that the same here. Wow, they can build that. Wow, that looks fantastic. And I mean, I find myself doing it, but it's, I know the city of New Orleans is doing a big infill project right now, utilizing manufactured homes as kind of a test as well. They're eager to see how it works in filling out some of their need for housing. So we're hoping we'd like to see this go well with the city of Atlanta and be able to take it elsewhere to show what we were able to do.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The demand, by and large, is in the rural areas. That's just where our constituency has largely always been. But certainly, urban areas, all areas have to get creative in how they're going to provide housing for constituents here in Georgia.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Your associate who wants to speak to us about taxation.
Yeah, so Tabitha DePriest is the Worth County Tax Commissioner down in Sylvester, Georgia. Her county is amongst the most with manufactured homes or even old mobile homes in the state of Georgia. And so this is an issue they've kind of faced head on. And I believe she's on Zoom ready to go. And she's just going to talk about how they feel like they've gotten a good handle on how they properly. The big issue here too, a lot of times, is the appraisal of the homes. People see manufactured homes and they don't appraise it correctly, so they're leaving tax dollars on the table because of poor appraisals to begin with. But I'll let Tabitha speak to that. She'll talk about how they're taxed, and me and her have batted the TAVT idea around a little bit. She'll give you her opinion on that as well. But Tabitha, if you're ready, is she teed up?
Good afternoon. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the chance to speak a little bit about it. I did get with Jimmy. We've spoke quite a bit about mobile homes. I want to bounce back a little bit to the Abandoned Mobile Home Act when we did that and where that came from. Again, we have almost 3,500 mobile homes in my county. Not many of them are in parks. They're pretty much scattered all over the county. We did have a few of these communities in there, and I had met with the Southeast community owners. They had asked me to come and speak to them about some of the abandonment problems that they were having, these mobile homes that they couldn't do anything about. Being a mobile home is personal property, not real property. If I was to own the land but not the mobile home, I couldn't do anything to that mobile home. It sits there and it continually becomes dilapidated. And so we were trying to figure out a way that we could handle these abandoned mobile homes, clean up the counties, and make it a little bit more presentable and make the values increase a little bit. So on the property side, you have what's called nuisance abatement. The county can go in, they can give the landowner the forewarning, they can go in, they can clean up the property, attach a lien in which the tax commissioner has to collect just as any other taxes. On the personal property, however, there was no process. So these mobile homes were sitting there for years on end. And we know that if they sit there long enough, what we were seeing is a lot of drug activity in these mobile homes. They were stripping the sides off, stripping the wiring out. We were finding squatters in these mobile homes. So when we put together the Abandon Act, it pretty much took a lot of the liability off of the county and put it more on the landowner, to where it saved the county taxpayer dollars, to where when this mobile home become abandoned, they could go to code enforcement. They say, they want to look at it. It's either abandoned and derelict, or it's abandoned and intact. And then there is a diagram that we have that they have to go through the process, as Mr. Cotty explained, to either take possession of the mobile home through the magistrate court and have it tore down, or they can take possession of it by foreclosing on it, and they can refix the mobile home back up, get clear title to it, and then make it livable again. And of course, taxes would increase. So we appreciate the legislation and getting that passed back in 2018. For my county, it's been a lot of help, and we've had a lot of them do that Abandon Act and get them tore down. So that was that process. Back on the taxation process, when he reached out to me and was asking about the taxation, like he said, you've got your in-state businesses, your in-state dealers, and your out-of-state dealers. I ran some numbers by with our motor vehicle division, and just in the last year, 2021, we've titled, and this is titled not straight from MSO, but this is just titled 23,802 mobile homes in the state. Out of that 23,800 mobile homes, 16,484 of them were casual sales, meaning no taxes collected or charged. So when we look at the way the motor vehicle model is by doing the title tax, we're hitting every single time that title changes ownership, you get a title tax on it. So therefore, if we were to do that, we could lower the rate, as me and Mr. Cotty was speaking, lower the rate a little bit. From ours is 8%. Some counties are 6%. I think some may even be 5 or 7. But at 8% on a $220,000 mobile home that just moved into my county, that was almost $20,000 some dollars in taxes. We had $125,000 when it came in at $10,000 in sales tax. And that's hard on some of these people. They can't afford that. That is a vehicle for some of these landowners down here, or these mobile homeowners. With a property though, however, property has what we call, you have your normal closing cost, which is anywhere from 3 to 6% closing cost. They pay a recording intangible tax, which is $1.50 per 500 on the loan value. And then they have what they call a real estate transfer tax, which is $1 for the first 1,000 and 10 cents for every $100 after that. So when you look at that, you're looking at it on a $125,000 house. The recording intangible is only $375. Real estate tax is $125. And closing cost at, let's say 5%, is $5,625. So on that $125,000 home, and land package, you're paying $6,125, to where on a mobile home at $125,000, they're paying $10,000. So it's a big difference there. And as Mr. Cotty said, it's deterring some of these people from being able to afford these homes. And when you look at a $125,000 house, it might be 1,000 square foot. $125,000 mobile home could be almost 15 to 2,000 square foot. So for that single family, that they're getting more room for that family. So that's why we were kind of looking at the TAVT model, to where it would bring in more revenue on the casual sales, as well as reducing a little bit of the sales tax for more affordability for those mobile homes at time of purchase. Do you have any questions as what I'm saying now so far? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. We do have a
Okay.
couple of questions, and I have some for you. Representative Momtahan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The TAVT, or not TAV, I'm sorry, the sales tax, are they being collected from out of state, or is it only in state that's being collected?
No, out of state too. So if somebody purchases a mobile home from out of state and they don't pay that sales tax, then we collect it at the time of titling. But as you know, we have a lot of reciprocal agreements with different states. So if they do pay it in, say, Alabama, then we get a percentage of that in Georgia as a reciprocal agreement. And then that mobile homeowner still has to pay the difference. So if our tax is 4% for state and they charge the 7%, then Alabama's going to keep a percentage and we still have to collect that difference. So now that mobile home owner is having to pay even more tax than what they would if they bought it in state.
See, all right,
Well,
thank you.
Can I add on to that? I think what happens in most scenarios, from what I'm aware of, is that the homes are bought locally at a dealership, and the dealership is pulling homes from factories all over the state. And then, so if it's in Dublin, Georgia, and you buy a home there and it's being shipped to Worth County, on the deal when it's processed, they are going to charge the prevailing sales tax rate and remit sales taxes to where it's going and not where the sale was made.
Right.
You follow me?
Sure.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Remind me, Tabitha, you are what is your role? You're with Worth County?
Yes, a Worth County Tax Commissioner.
So you're the Worth County Tax Commissioner, okay.
Yes.
Speaking, I want to talk about a different kind of tax. I want to talk about how these residents are taxed and how you assess their housing units. I think one of our issues here that is really interesting to me is the continuation of treating a mobile home separately from other forms of dwellings relative to it being personal property, and that's sort of where my question's headed. If it's sitting, I'm assuming when you're and of course you don't do the assessment, the tax
Right.
assessors do, and I'm assuming they use comparable sales to put a value. You've got two different types of units. You've got one sitting on an acre of land that the owner owns that is not in a manufactured housing community.
Mm-hmm.
And but then you also have those that are in that community, and of course the person or entity that owns the manufactured housing park pays taxes on that ground. How are the units that are in that park taxed? Are they on some schedule? How are they taxed?
Most of the time, yeah, most of the time they'll assess it at, they'll take the sales price at the time of purchase. But a lot of them, just like with the vehicles, we use the Blue Book or the NADA guides. Is a lot of times that's what they'll go on. The difference with it is it's kind of like a vehicle. You have your accessories. So you have the base motor vehicle. We have a base mobile home. So what they do is built into the standards of our taxation modules is you have, if it's house type siding, house type roofing, if it's a double wide, if it's got a fireplace, if it's got the AC unit. So those are all additions in the taxation process. If that.
Okay. Excuse me, go ahead.
No, so basically, like I said, they start off with the base model and with the NADA, and then they build on that.
So an older manufactured home that is in a park, a community, is that value declining as it ages according to the schedule?
Some of the counties, they will depreciate mobile homes yearly. Some will do it every 5 years. It just really depends on that tax assessor's office and how they want to depreciate the mobile homes, if they want to do it on an annual basis or not. But that is a schedule built into their taxation systems. But now when that mobile home becomes real property, when they file for that permanent location, that mobile home is now no longer taxed, nor does it depreciate. It could appreciate based on the comparable sales of that, because it is considered now real property in a home.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's what I was sort of pursuing there. It seems, and we've talked about this a good bit, but that is one issue we deal with, is the impact on a community in terms of demand for service delivery, for education of children and all the other services that a community delivers. And so I was curious a little bit about the taxation. But I want to commend you, Tabitha, for your work with this abandoned mobile home thing. That was innovative. And, so many times we don't address issues because nobody slows down long enough to just say, hey, let's take a look at this. Yeah. And I understand you did that there. And, of course, my good friend, Chairman John Corbett, carried the legislation for you.
He did.
I commend you for your work there.
Well, thank you so much. Like I said, it's definitely helped out a lot with these abandoned mobile homes. Like I said, I physically go out when I have to post these mobile homes for taxation and tax sales. And I was explaining to Mr. Cotty too, we've literally ran off squatters. We've seen them where they tear them down, because the longer they sit, the worse off they get. And counties can't do anything. Local governments, nothing, because it's personal property. There's abandoned property process for motor vehicles, but there was not one for mobile homes. So in our area, we have 2 huge mobile home parks that was just purchased by a gentleman. And they had a lot of these blighted mobile homes. They were derelict. They were, a lot of drug activity in it. And he was able to use the abandonment process, and he literally tore down the majority of those mobile homes, cleaned them up, and he is bringing in new mobile homes. We've got another park that just brought in 90 single wides at over $50,000 a single wide for, for affordable housing for people. And so it's out there, and there's revenue. I know my board of commissioners for years used to say there was no revenue in mobile homes. But I'm seeing these, $125,000, $220,000 mobile homes coming into my community, and our digest for mobile homes is close to, I think I turned over probably, and I'm a large county, but a small population. I think we turned over almost $300,000 just to the county alone in mobile homes.
Well, thank you. You answered the question before I ask it, but without this abandoned mobile home legislation, you did not have the same authority, or the county did not have the same authority as they would have had with a site-built home that was in terrible shape or blight, so to speak.
Right.
You had to do this to be able to handle that because of the personal property aspect.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for being with us, and
Thank you for having me.
on your work there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabitha.
Yeah, if y'all have any
Is Worth
questions,
County,
hesitate.
is Tabitha, is Sylvester in Worth County?
Yes, it
Am I
is.
remembering?
That's our
Okay.
county seat.
Yeah, my good friend Representative Bill Yerta represents you then.
Yes, he does, and he's a wonderful person. We love him down here, and he does a great job up there.
Well, he certainly does. He represents you well, and so I did want to mention that. Well, thank you so much again for being with us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Well, Mr. Cotty, we appreciate your help. You've been very informative, done a great presentation, and we appreciate it very much.
Hey, I appreciate the invitation and the questions. Glad to be here, and look forward to helping solve some housing problems.
Okay, well, thank you again. Next, we have Mr. Tucker Green, who is the Executive Director of the Conditioned Air Association of Georgia, and we are looking forward to him presenting to us.
Are you ready for me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No problem.
We are.
Well, good afternoon.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
for
Mr. Chairman, committee members. Appreciate the work of this study committee. I haven't been able to be down here every day, but I have been keeping up with most of the presentations, and there's been a lot of interesting perspectives, and this is an important conversation that needs to take place that's impacting every part of our state and certainly the citizens of our state. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the Conditioned Air Association of Georgia, representing just over 650 member companies and thousands of jobs in the HVACR industry in every part of our state. And as I said, we're grateful to be a part of this important conversation. I also believe that I represent the most popular industry in the state of Georgia, and if you don't believe me, try going out without AC for a week in July. So I know that this committee is studying many important issues, as I said, and many of them are concerns in our industry. Before I go into those, I did want to share a couple of statistics I found interesting. I was participating in a panel last week on workforce development at the University of Georgia, and there was a fellow panelist who shared something that we're all familiar with. Georgia, of course, being the #1 state to do business in, which we're all very proud of. But he also shared something that I was not aware of, that Georgia was the #2 state in the country for job vacancies. And I think that's a concerning statistic. Certainly, I'm not insinuating that housing is directly tied to that issue we have in workforce development, but I think everybody knows they are certainly connected in many ways, and it does have an impact. I think you had a previous presenter said a comment that stuck with me, that houses are where jobs go to sleep, and so we do know that those things are tied in together, and a very important part of that conversation as we move forward. I do want to share a few things about our industry in particular. We've had a very strong last several years as far as demand goes. The demand has been tremendous for our industry, but we've also struggled with many things. Over 75% of our contractors are exclusively in the residential sector, so housing is literally their work, and so it's very important to our industry. Supply chain issues and inflation have had a major impact on our industry over the last few years, and I know, Mr. Chairman, you've noted several times that there's certain aspects that the General Assembly will not and cannot control, and we certainly recognize that. Those two issues in particular, some impacts that it has had on our industry. We've seen let times be delayed as much as 6 to 12 months in some instances, and on average we've seen price increases between 40 and 60% in the last 2 years in the HVAC industry, depending on location and time of year. Equipment costs alone have increased every quarter since the pandemic began on HVAC equipment, and often they have increased month over month. And all those issues, of course, do come into play into the affordability impacts. They also go into play into an issue that I'm going to share here in just a moment that we have. Probably the top concern we have that your committee is studying is regulatory fees. We were very active in a piece of legislation that I know many of these committee members are very familiar with, that being House Bill 302. It did pass the House and it did pass the Senate. Unfortunately, it wasn't the same bill that passed both chambers, and we didn't get a agree in time for that to become legislation, but become law, but it's still a top concern for us. And one of the main things that House Bill 302 addressed was some of the methodology of how these cities and counties can calculate those regulatory fees. The top one that's a concern for us is percentage-based fees or cost of the job fees on permitting. And what we have found in our experience is that those fees have nothing to do with the regulatory activity. The method of calculating those fees, it's already existing state laws that those regulatory fees must approximate the cost of the regulatory activity, and that's what we want to see. It's been our experience in many jurisdictions around the state where those what we view as more egregious fees, hundreds of dollars, sometimes in the thousands of dollars, usually are when they are based around the percentage-based or cost of the job aspect. As I talked about, those increased in equipment, increased in our jobs, 40 to 60% on installs has been the average increase. If you have a jurisdiction that's charging fees based on cost of the job or percentage-based fees, that has directly impacted those regulatory fees that consumers are having to pay. Their inspections or cost of regulatory activity did not increase by 40 to 60%, but it was reflective of those increases that our installers and contractors have seen due to supply chain issues, due to equipment increases. So I think that's a prime example of where you have a discrepancy in those fees approximating their cost. We also have concerns that there's really a lack of uniformity between these fees across the state. Certainly I understand that certain jurisdictions are going to have different costs they incur, but overall, you're inspecting things that should be fairly similar. There's a lack of consistency there, and also which makes it difficult for many of our members is the lack of transparency when they're trying to figure out how those fees are calculated in some areas. I think it's important for us to remember that while these permitting fees are calculated differently in every jurisdiction, the construction codes that they're following and enforcing are the same statewide. But yet what we may have is one of our companies having to go into a city. They're charged a fee for their permitting based on a percentage, based on cost of job. They go out into that same county, into an unincorporated area, and the county charges them a fee based on ICC formula, square footage formula. They may go out over to the next county bordering them, and they're charging a flat fee. And so there's lots of discrepancy and inconsistency across the state, which makes it very difficult on our contractors to be able to properly calculate what these fees are going to be when they're preparing these quotes to keep up with how those fees are being charged to them. So we would encourage more uniformity as far as that goes. And again, our top concern being the percentage-based fee method. Currently, I think as you're aware, there's 6 methods that that cities and counties can charge those fees. I also want to bring up another area that, on a positive note, we've in some of our experiences with cities and counties, and I certainly don't want to insinuate, like several presenters have also echoed, that they're bad actors all over the state. We have strong relationships with many cities and counties. In fact, I was on a Zoom call on Friday with some inspectors from a large metro county who gave me feedback. I wanted to talk to them as I was preparing to come here. Excuse me, and had a very good conversation with them. One of the things they shared, and we've heard this from our contractors, one positive note we've seen is the adding of remote inspections that some jurisdictions are already exploring. This helps with trying to prevent those inspection delays that we've seen in some parts of the state. It helps with allowing for more flexibility for both contractors or property owners as well as the inspection department. So that's been an encouraging thing we've experienced over the last couple of years, is the adoption of remote inspections in some areas, and we certainly support that. And then finally on this point, another thing that I want to share that I know this committee has heard some about, but I think is important to echo as part of this conversation, and that is workforce development. We need to continue to focus on workforce development, invest in workforce development. We need to engage these students in particular at a young age. I know the General Assembly has taken steps to do that. I hope they'll continue to do that, and possibly I hope this committee will consider that being part of their report. But as we noted, that the rate of folks in our industry are aging out much faster than they're coming into the industry. I know we're not alone in that regard. And the fact of the matter is we're going to have future HVAC installers and technicians and electricians and carpenters and folks to build these houses, or we're going to be in a world of hurt there as well. And we know that the shortage in the workforce has a direct impact on those affordability aspects as well. So I think that's a key part of the conversation, and I hope it will continue to be going forward. If we're doing okay on time, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to swap hats real quick for another association I represent, the Georgia Association of Groundwater Professionals, and I want to share a little experience we've had there as well when it comes to issues of private property rights and the impacts on housing, particularly when it comes to what we've seen in our association. We have to battle mandatory hookup issues with cities and counties, minimum lot size requirements. We as an association believe that we should meet reasonable environmental standards when it comes to having a well on private property. We don't oppose that at all, and we know that minimum lot sizes are something that we're used to dealing with. What we do have a problem with is when We have some cities or counties that try and make a blanket, regulation against private property owners having the right to drill a well. We've seen that. That's what we refer to as mandatory hookup, where there's access to public water. And then sometimes they use it in different ways to try and keep people from having that right. We've seen the most egregious act we saw this year. A county in South Georgia implemented a requirement minimum lot size of 10 acres if there was access to public water, a minimum lot size of 10 acres to be able to install a drinking water well. So those are real issues that we see pop up around this state, and again, is a concern for us. And again, I don't think anybody within our association is opposed to following reasonable environmental regulations, but we do have a problem when it appears that in some cases, particularly where there may be public water available, that these cities or counties or water authorities want to try and prevent private property owners from drilling a well if they choose, and force them to hook on to public water systems. So that's another area of concern we see from that perspective. Again, I want to be careful to separate the two groups, but that's also, I thought, would be worthwhile to add to this conversation too. So I know I kind of covered a number of things there, and again, I just appreciate the opportunity. I'm happy to yield to any questions.
Well, thank you very much for excellent information. We do have a question from Representative Montan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Tucker, so good to see you today. You know, I'm a strong supporter of air conditioning. Myself, I like air conditioning. I think most everybody else does. And I think you do win that popularity contest. In fact, I'm going to have to replace 4 of them next month. We're renovating our basement. So it's going to be quite the project.
I can get you in contact with a good contractor.
We good. We're under contract. They're well underway. So we appreciate all that your association does. Wanted to ask you, worked on a bill last year, House Bill 302, to this effect, and we looked at some of these absolutely outrageous fees that are being collected by these municipalities and counties. And when I say outrageous and egregious, that's probably an understatement. When we saw things being, square footage wise, where they would say, well, you pay a fee for every square foot or whatever, and it didn't matter if it was warehouse or medical. Right. And you have warehouses saying, "Look, we don't have any air conditioning out here. What are we talking about?" And we saw all sorts of discrepancies. And so I look forward to working to rein in the cities and counties from these outrageous fees in the future. And I think we made some strong headway. A part of that, I want to make sure we both agree, is making sure that builders and others have the ability to audit those after the fact. So let's say we do pay a fee and we felt that it was outrageous. We could then appeal to the county, and that made it into our final version that came out of the Senate. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So I think that's an important part, making sure that not only do we approximate these fees to the regulatory activity, but also the ability to, again, audit them to make sure that their numbers are correct, especially when you deal with some of these regulatory fees being 20 or 1,000 or more on larger facilities. And I think that's what you're seeing when you see the some of these air conditioning bills on these light commercial or medium density commercial.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point, and of course we appreciate your support on those efforts, and we'll continue to do that. You're exactly right. The House version did not include that, but in the Senate it was added that there would be some teeth, so to speak, and what they did was kind of gave a percentage window, I believe. I don't remember what was in the final passage, 15 or 20% window that a city or county could overestimate their expense to be when charging those regulatory fees. But if it exceeded that amount, then the person that was issued that permit could actually go and get a refund from that city or county. So that was in the Senate side, and I think that's what you were alluding to there.
And tell us a little bit about some of the fees. You know, I know you didn't want to mention any of them by name. I guess I can. I know the city of Atlanta and DeKalb and others are doing this, and we saw some things like tree fees. What were some of the fees on just removing a single tree out of a, out of a lot? What were you seeing? Because it was outrageous. Was it over $1,000? Correct?
I think that is correct. I didn't gather the tree permit problem, but I do recall that in one of the committees. Another person spoke to that in particular. But yes, and naturally, and I understand completely, one of the always questions is, well, who, where, what are you seeing? But you also have to understand one of the problems we deal with, and I think other groups that represents people in this same situation deal with, is there's hesitancy from our members to put their name out there as causing problems back home, because they have to deal with these inspection departments. They have to deal with these cities and counties on a daily basis. And so often they're hesitant to kind of get in the trenches, what you will. They want to pass it on to us, but kind of don't want to be have their name associated with it for fear of being the squeaky wheel, so to speak. So that at times can make it a little more difficult for us to clearly say, yes, this is happening here, this is what they're charging. But yes, absolutely, we have cases where people are charging, paying $700, $800, $900 for a permit on an HVAC system. We see particularly, I know this focuses on housing, but we see commercial type sector jobs that or commercial properties could get into thousands, tens of thousands of dollars in permitting fees. And we've seen real examples of that in every part of the state. I know city of Atlanta is an area we talk about all the time, not just the city of Atlanta, though we have some concerns there, but we truly do see this in rural parts of the state and metro areas of the state.
But there is a discrepancy, and let me ask you that. So let me give you an example. If the actual cost of the regulatory activity was only $100, it took them $50 an hour, it took them 2 hours to do that,
Right.
And now you have a homeowner that's effectively financing at 6.8% the remaining $800, right, for this permit. That's a lot of money. I mean,
Absolutely, yeah.
That effectively costs them almost $2,000 at 6.8% interest, and those fees are passed to the consumer, and so it's a big problem. And I appreciate that, and I hope to continue to work with you. We'll get that same bill drafted up again and bring down some of these regulatory fees, and hopefully we can knock down and make housing a little bit more affordable for folks in the state of Georgia.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Commissioner Parker for a question or comment. Yes, sir.
I have nothing against well drillers. I am concerned, though, where public water is available, we're running out of groundwater. So I'm concerned. I think we ought to be able to require where public water is available that the new subdivision be serviced by that. That wouldn't preclude them drilling a well, that we'd still charge them for the service. But I'm a little concerned at the number of wells we're drilling in North Georgia.
That's a good question, Commissioner, and being that I am your neighbor to the south, I'm very familiar with your area, and I can think, honestly, I'm not just saying this because you're from Gilmer County, I think we may have more well driller members of our association from Gilmer County than any other county in the state. I can think of 4 off the top of my head, so I know that is predominant in your area. That's a question, and a fair question, that comes up often about being good stewards of groundwater. And my response always to that is, I don't think you'll find anyone who's going to be a better steward of that resource than our members. Their livelihoods depend on it, and they're very mindful of that. They know that if they're overusing this resource and these aquifers go dry, that certainly that's going to be impactful to them and their families and their livelihoods. We, as far as an association, work very closely with Georgia EPD and the state geologists they have, who I know run models regularly and really study the levels of these aquifers. They can fluctuate, certainly, so it's hard to get always a complete picture of the availability of the water. To my knowledge, we haven't seen many issues in North Georgia. You know, of course, probably the main, if anybody that follows water in the state of Georgia, the main area would be Southwest Georgia, which has been under moratorium for roughly a decade now, particularly in the Floridian aquifer. So that's been the main area, and that was, I think, one of the areas of part of the Georgia, Florida, Alabama tri-state water wars that Georgia did, in fact, win in the Supreme Court recently. So I understand your concern. I think it's fair, but I think as we've shown in Southwest Georgia, where they've basically been shut down for over a decade now, when EPD and the state geologists who are really measuring and looking at those water levels, you know, deem it to that level, I think they'll step in. And I think as far as our contractors, they're always very mindful. And a lot of places, what I think is important to point out too is that often just because someone has access to public water, they may still want to hook on to public water, but they also would like to drill a well, because many people I know use it for irrigation purposes, farming purposes, or have that backup water resource. So I think sometimes, you know, a lot of times what we see now is that balance, even when public water is available.
Okay, I don't see any other question. Ms. Bazemore didn't have anything, did you? Thank you so much, Tucker, for being with us. Thank you for an excellent presentation. Thank you. We now have, let's take a 5-minute stretch break and keep it to 5 minutes. We're running behind schedule, but I'm sure everybody needs to at least stretch a little bit. So let's take 5 minutes, and then we'll hear from Rusty Haygood and Ted Miltiades. Did I get that right? Okay, yeah, pretty good.
ask, and it was requested that we come in and speak with you today. We appreciate the opportunity. I want to start kind of at the top of the funnel, kind of set the table, and then hand it off to Ted, who oversees our program, does a fantastic job with it. Just to give you, make sure y'all have the proper insight on how the state codes are adopted and the process that goes into it. And what we do, we start with the International Code Council, and the documents that they put together, they're updated every 3 years, and we take a look at those, and Ted's going to get into the specifics of the when and the how and the why. But we use those as the foundation for creating our Georgia amendments to those international and national codes. We have 9 codes that we have adopted as mandatory within the state. That means that any construction across the state is going to have to adhere to those, whether or not the local jurisdiction is inspecting for that or not. The reason being, we want to ensure that we've got safe, habitable construction that goes on within the state. And the process that we use includes a state codes advisory committee. That's something that was statutorily created a number of years ago. We've got almost 24 individuals who are from various trades, trade associations, local governments, et cetera, those that are involved in the process. And we have those folks that come together, and we've got an open, deliberative, collaborative process. I think you've heard about that from several other folks who have talked to you over the past couple of weeks, and in my dealings with folks from other states and also within the state, I think we have a very well-run program that gives folks the opportunity to participate in the process. So we use that as the foundation, the international codes down to the state codes advisory committee, and ultimately recommendations come out of that committee, and they are voted on by the DCA board of directors. And typically we end up with a January 1 effective date on those. But I'm going to pass it off to Ted to let him provide some insight into the mechanics of the process and how things, how the sausage is made.
Thank you, Rusty. We have about a dozen slides, so we're going to move this. All right, so what basically we do is we adopt, update, and maintain the mandatory and permissive codes for the state of Georgia. As Rusty said, they're non-mandatory and they're too permissive. They're permissive of the property maintenance in existing buildings. We also assist cities and counties with their code enforcement programs, and we provide local governments and the citizens of Georgia with technical code assistance. DCA maintains and updates the state minimum standard codes. There are 12, like 9 and 3. Also, there's disaster resilient appendices in a green building code that is optional that can be adopted. State codes and amendment process and local enforcement of codes. All right, so this was all created, I think it was 91 from the Uniform Codes Act, and DCA board, it was put on a DCA board. The State Codes Advisory Committee is composed of 21 members from various interest groups plus public and private sector. And they review the new code additions periodically, and they propose new Georgia state amendments. And then everything is recommended to the DCA board, and the DCA board will review those. Go ahead, Rusty. All right, so the big thing is the State Codes Advisory Committee. That is the 21-member committee. There are 4 building officials that come from the cities and the counties. There are 2 fire officials. There are 3 state agencies represented, and then there's all these folks that you've already heard have a representative. We got Tucker's got somebody from the Heating and Air. Austin's got a home builder. Jimmy's got somebody from manufactured housing. We've got electricians, plumbers, mechanical folks, architects, engineers. So it's primarily the construction industry, really. They're the majority, and then you have a few government people. 3 state agencies are represented, the state fire marshal, DCA, and then the health agency. So that committee is the essential group that reviews the state's construction codes. All right, so what are these non-mandatory codes? Building code, fuel, gas code, mechanical, plumbing, fire code, energy, residential, swimming, and electrical. So those 9 codes are mandatory for all construction in Georgia, both residential and commercial. And as you'll see, we're under the 2018 editions for all the international codes except the energy code. We're under the 2015, and then NFPA does the electrical code, and that is the 2020 edition. All right, and then there's these permissive codes that I mentioned, the property maintenance code, the existing building code, and there's a green building standard that's optional. And if the cities choose to adopt that, they can, and that's the only ones they have to actually adopt and for their use in their state. They're not mandatory statewide. All right, so we're on a 6-year code cycle. So we're on the 18 codes for the most part. We skipped the 21 editions, and now we're going to start with the 24 editions very soon. Let's take an example, the residential code. The State Codes Advisory Committee will appoint a task force of people that are involved in home building. A home builder, a home inspector, a building official, various other folks, and that task force will then review the latest edition. In this case, it would be, when we start in just a few months and a year or so, the 2024 International Residential Code. These subject matter experts will review that code, make any Georgia state amendments that need to be, they consider are essential for Georgia. And then we go through the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA, and we have a public hearing. And then that task force makes its recommendation to the full 21-member committee. And then, of course, we have to form y'all down here, the legislature. I'll send it to Legislative Council, and they send it to the 2 committees, one in the House and one in the Senate. And we also inform the licensing board of the Secretary of State because, you know, they keep the licensings for all these professions and trades, so they need to know what codes are current. And the effective date, for the most part, always is January 1, unless there's an exception that we need to make. All right, Georgia State amendments are reviewed every year, so even though we're not adopting code additions every year, people can submit, private citizen, various interest groups, anyone can submit a code amendment for us to review, and we always get 10, 12, 15 each year to review. It's, we require a date by December 15th is the cutoff date to submit any amendments, and they need to identify what code they're amending, what section, what's the reason, what's the purpose, and the SCAC will also review that amendment. Local governments, cities and counties, are in enforcement and administration of the codes really lies with the cities and the counties. They have that power. They're in charge of that. Occasionally we'll get questions and we can assist or advise. They're the ones that heard a lot of discussion about permits and permit fees and regulatory fees. That's not a state issue. That's all local governments make that determination for themselves on their fees, regulatory fees. And if they submit a local amendment, they'd have to go through a process with us. And law does require them to submit a local amendment to us. We got the numbers. There's not a lot. We've had about 20 counties submit local amendments and then about 12 cities. So the majority of the state follows the mandatory construction codes and does not divert from them. So this is just where you can find, we have all our information. We're very transparent. We, on our website, on the Construction Codes website, and a lot of people utilize it, we have that list of the construction codes. We have all the amendments, and we have all the amendments to previous codes that are there. So lots of times we get calls from attorneys, and we can point them to the website, and they'll say, well, this was 10 years ago or 15 years ago, when this was built. We can point them to the website where they can access any of the previous Georgia amendments, and there's also a historical document that's from 1991 to present that tells you what code was in effect when. So that's important lots of times for people to know when they're building something or buying something, and that serves as a resource. We also have that state amendment form. If somebody wants to amend the code during that interim between editions, they can download that form, fill it out, send it to us by the 15th of December, and we will review and consider it just like y'all consider legislation here. And then those local amendment, the form for local code amendments is also on the web. So, and the program tells them all about the program, the State Codes Advisory Committee. So it's very transparent, and all the information is on the web, and we keep that current. We work with all these organizations. We could not do this without the home builders, without the architects, without the engineers, without all of these people, because they all serve many, many hours on that big committee, the State Codes Advisory Committee, as well as they chair and vice chair those task forces. We'll pull other people from other areas, and we'll write other trade associations like the Apartment Association or BOMA, and there's always general contractors are involved. So, but all of these people and all of these different trade associations, the same folks you heard from here and you see down here during the session, They're down there with us when we're reviewing the state's construction codes, and they participate in that process, and they have a technical person that serves on those committees. So we could not do it without the partnership of the public and private sector. And those 4 building officials representing Todd's group and GMA and the fire officials. So it's a consensus process, government, public and private sector working together to review the state's construction codes and to do what is in the best interest of the state. And only 4 people. That's it, 4 of us. We do all of that. In addition, I run a whole other program, the Industrialized Buildings Program, which you and I were at Jimmy's group down in Jekyll, and I talked a little bit about tiny houses and shipping containers and on-frame and all the stuff we've done there, but we're not talking about that today. But so 4 of us run the state's construction codes program and the Industrialized Buildings Program. So I only have about 12 slides, but we can answer any questions that you may have while we're here.
Well, thank you very much. One question from the chair. I don't see any other lights lit right now. So I did hear you say that, and the official name is the International
Code Council.
International Code Council, but you mentioned that the majority of the state utilizes the codes you produce, the DCA produces.
Which is the basis of those codes, as Rusty said, and we'll use the residential code as the International Residential Code.
Right.
So that code is a starting document, and then we'll add things pertinent to Georgia that we think are necessary. And when I say we, those subcommittees and that big committee.
My question is, do I understand that the majority of the state utilizes your code without additions to it?
Correct.
But there are some that add to it.
Yes, and that's really a limited group. It's about 20 counties and about 12 cities. And it's usually something for example, Savannah wanted to do something with the plumbing code once recently, and then they wanted to do something with flooding, and they added some stuff there. But it's not a lot. Or lots of times people will submit things to us, and they really don't amend the codes. And I know this is where a lot of these people were coming from with design standards and things. Well, they'll submit something and we'll say, okay, what code are you amending? And what section? Well, they can't identify it in the code. So it's not a code item, it's something else.
So the design standards that are added are in addition to the building code, and those are just local ordinances that are required for new construction or so. Okay, well, thank you very much for the good work you do, and thank you for a great presentation, and we appreciate the work you do. I think the idea of uniformity is very important, and this question is an obvious leading question, I guess, but I'm assuming you would say here today that you are confident that the DCA codes, I'll refer to them as, protect the health, safety, and welfare of Georgia citizens.
Yes, I would. And I think the people on that committee and all those interest groups would say the same if I were speaking for them.
Okay. Well, we certainly are confident that it does, but I do think the idea of uniformity and being used across over different communities is significant. So thank you so much, both of you, for presenting.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our schedule, but we do have a time for questions and public comment, and I do have one gentleman who has expressed the interest in doing that, and there may be some others, but right now I want to recognize Alan Rohde, who is a realtor and is here, and he would like to address us about his work here in Midtown. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Alan, for being with us. We appreciate your questions and your comments.
I'm not sure exactly how this works. Let's see. Does it load automatically? Okay. Well, let me just tell you a little bit about myself first so you know where I'm coming from. I'm a graduate of Georgia Tech. I have a master's degree for The first 13 years of my career, I worked in corporate strategy for Shaw Industries and for Home Depot. I did site location. I told the Home Depot when and where to open lumber distribution centers, and I had to present that to executive levels. At Shaw, I had to, my boss frequently got Harvard Business Review articles, and he was told to go implement them. So I went out, I was a technology guy. We made carpet more competitive through using technology. So I got into real estate about 7 years ago, practicing residential real estate. I sold 17 vacant houses my first year, and one of those houses happened to be the home of former Governor Roy Barnes's father. And at the closing table, I asked Roy for all of his business, and I kept following up with him, and he started giving me his business. What Roy Barnes did in the Mableton area in 2012 was to create a form-based code for the Mableton area. And it mirrors what we have now in the Midtown Garden District. And it allows a variety of uses on the same block. You can have a single family, a duplex, a quadplex, multifamily, a storefront, all on the same block. Small lots, there's no minimum lot size. The minimum lot width, I think, is 18 feet. So you can really go small when you want to build a lot of housing choice. The opportunity that we have, I think, in our housing is the language that we're using. A lot of times we were using the language affordable or accessible. And I believe the better conversation around housing choice. What choices are we offering in our community? What sizes and types of housing are available? I studied every home that was built and sold and recorded in the FMLS in House District 41, where I'm running for state representative in that area. And housing progressed from the 1950s to today. It started around 1,000 square feet, progressed easily into 1,300 square feet, and we're just slightly above 2,000 on an average. So we've just incrementally grown. What we see, let me just show you. Let's see if I can. And this is the Midtown Garden District, and it's before the interstate, and it's before formal zoning. So what you see is a lot of housing types in here that were built between 1911 and 1965, and we've got some more. And you find every kind of house that's possible in there. I studied the last 2 years of sales in that area. You can buy a house in that area between $117,000 or $2 million. So it's going to be small. The small house is around 500 square feet. It's a townhome. It's a condo, but it's there and it's sold. It's sold. There's a lot of opportunity. The thing with housing choice, when you have so many different types of housing on the same block, is all different kinds of people live together. They can eat at the same restaurants. Their kids play at the same parks. They know each other. It solves a lot of this divisiveness we have in suburban areas where people are separated. Their cars go in the front. They go inside. They don't talk to each other. Once they've been there for 10 years, they lose contact with the neighbors and they break down relationships. As a member of the Osborne Stakeholders Group in South Cobb, in my area, I did a survey. The number one thing people want in our area is community and connection. They want that place, that corner bar like we have in places like this. They want that type of connection, but we don't have it because our zoning doesn't allow it. Our minimum lot sizes and our use-based zoning don't allow that. So there's a real problem when people address the word affordable housing, and the way they address it is that it is impossible. It is not solvable. It is not something we can do. It's an attitude of hopelessness when we already have practical living examples in the Midtown Garden District. If you look at a couple of here's an analysis of price ranges, and you'll see this was the last 2 years. You'll see prices range between 117 and 2.3 million. 44% of those are between 117 and 300,000. which most people, and this is Midtown, this is the center of our very city. It's probably one of the most liveliest places in the entire metro area. And then you see housing size, 35% of those are between 416 and 861 square feet. That's small. That's not even legal in most places throughout our state. But one of the recommendations the Urban Land Institute gave our area in the Osborne-Milford area was to build nodal developments. And what I see is this a little small nodal area with some blocks or some developments like this that do a variety of uses. And what they do is they increase the taxable value per acre up to 15 times. They reduce the amount of infrastructure you need. They reduce the amount of roads you need. And the long haul the long haul maintenance of this kind of development is very sustainable. They create life, and they create a place for people to connect. They create a place for community. This is the kind, and suburbanites, the NIMBYs are there. They own their backyard, but they're not looking for solutions. And my recommendation for that is we really need to do a better job with education. And there's several groups that we need to educate. We need to educate our elected officials. 70% of the job at the county commission is planning and zoning. A lot of these people go into it. They're not architects, they're not developers, they're not commercial realtors. They have to learn it, and there's a long learning curve for real estate development and how it works. We need to educate those people and require that they go through some basic training. And we have great people in our city. Eric Kronberg, probably one of the most exciting people that educates on this subject. So clear. This is some of his work. This is what housing choice looks like. He lays out lots. He lays out different types of housing, and you can learn and figure out how to do it. This is another one, taxable value per acre. When you build like Midtown Garden District, you come up with like $1.3 million of taxable value per acre. And you compare that to what we have in the suburbs. I pay $2,200 in taxes, so 2 times that, $4,000. So you're looking at $4,000 of property tax per acre versus $1.3 million. You know, a little bit of these nodal developments goes a very long way, and it helps stimulate small business development, which we need. The corridor along Austell Road, I walked it and talked to 35 business owners yesterday, and it's probably 30 to 40% of all the retail is closed or non-existent. The ones that are there are struggling, but they don't have the kind of density that creates the vitality that we need. So we need to change the way we look at our development. This is Urban 3, Joe Miniconi. They do these kind of heat map studies of areas, and I think we need to require that in our comprehensive planning process so that when you look at the entire area, you understand where the drains are on your tax resources and where the revenue generators are. And from this particular area, you see single family low density is a $2,000 a year drain on it, whereas your commercial and your other things are creating a lot of value. So we need the right mix to keep our communities healthy and strong financially. This is a graph of where we've gone with home size per person. In the 1950s, we were 292 square foot per person. In 2017, we were 1,000 square feet. We lived a lot smaller in the 1950s. One lady I talked to yesterday, she's concerned about seniors. And my mom can't refinance her house so she can make some improvements or get some money out to live. And she's a senior. She's got no place to live. She probably lives in a 2,000 square foot house. It probably needs repairs, and she'd like to downsize. And she could live smaller. Microlife down in Clarkston has built a pocket neighborhood, and they built 8 units on 7/10 of an acre. And those first ones sold for about $155,000 a square foot. Those people are so excited to live in that area. It's nestled against other stuff. It's a great way to go. Our family size is changing. Today, we have a lot of people that are just one person in a house. You know, we're smaller, and we haven't built missing middle housing, and that's what you have in the Midtown district. let me see. This is one thing that Joe Miniconi did. It shows the deficit in tax for a cul-de-sac type subdivision versus a grid style city street. And you can see the 1920 style had a deficit of 57,000. The 1970 style is 1.8 times more costly to maintain for infrastructure. The other thing I would add is with planning and zoning. The requirements from DCA and our state code, there's 6 criteria when somebody goes for a rezoning. In Cobb County, we only evaluate 5 of them. The one that's missing is the requirement to evaluate economic viability as currently zoned. I believe we need to be asking people about taxable value per acre, so that the people in our communities understand what kind of drain this development is going to have. Is it going to be a net drain, or is it going to be a net improvement to the taxable value? Because that should not be a financial conflict of interest. It's about tax revenue for new developments. And if we continue to drain the public welfare, the NIMBYs are going to acknowledge that, because they're the ones that are being subsidized. Do they want their taxes to double? Yeah, that's where I'm at. Let me just see if there's anything else. I appreciate your time. I thank you for the opportunity. I think there's a lot of opportunity, and these problems aren't impossible. It's a matter of how we look at zoning and our comprehensive land use. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Alan. I think your presentation is very thought-provoking, especially the idea of taxable value per acre, and also the stimulation for business, which creates sales tax revenue. It's sort of interesting that a lot of what we have discussed this week comes down to demand for service delivery and the revenue of housing units, and some deficit in that regard. Representative Momdan and I discussed that early on the first day, that is an issue. And so it's interesting, your presentation and comments to us are very interesting here at the end. The idea of looking at the acreage and what is it producing and taxable value is an interesting thought process, and I really do appreciate it, and I'm very impressed with what y'all are doing there in Midtown. One question about that. The Midtown Garden District, that is not an official district, that is your marketing concept?
No, that's the name that's given to that area in the subdivision definition.
Okay.
So that's the official area. It's about 49 blocks. Where is it?
Okay. 7 blocks by 7 blocks.
7 blocks by 7 blocks.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you bringing that to us. Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Do we have anybody else that would like to make a comment or a question? Well, hearing none, we are not running that far behind, and the chairman wants to thank our committee members for their long patience and hard work over these 4 days, 2 days in September, and then yesterday and today. And so I appreciate very much everyone's efforts, appreciate all the presenters, and I appreciate our committee members and all of their hard work. And I appreciate my able assistant here, Amber Mack. I think we have done some good work over these 4 days. We have had some interesting presenters. We've had some interesting debate, and sometimes it got spirited, but that's okay. You know, I think we should always remember that our system of government is about differing opinions and diversity and debate. Civil debate, and even when spirited, is good debate. And I think we've had a productive time here. We do have some issues. Housing's very, very important. As we know, it provides shelter, but it also provides part of the fabric for what we do want in our state, to be a good place for families to be raised, for children to be raised, and to be preparing them for the future. That's God's plan for a civil society. And good housing stock is part of that plan. And so we do have some issues to deal with here, and we will be working on a report to send to the speaker about this. And so I think personally it's been very productive, And on a personal basis, it's been a great honor for me to chair this committee. And so to the committee members, you'll be hearing more about the report, and we'll be working on that. But I want to thank everybody again for being here and for your participation, and I hope you all travel home safely. Thank you very much. We stand
Thank you,
adjourned
Mr. Chair.
for the day.